Okay, good morning, everyone. My name's Tony Manfredi. I'm the Nevada Arts Council Executive Director, and I will be the panel chair for today's grant panel review. I'll call this meeting to order at 10:03 a.m. Thursday, February 21st, 2023. Welcome, everyone, to the Nevada Arts Council 2023 Artist Fellowship for Visual Artists. Category grant panel review. At this time, will Nevada Arts Council staff confirm that this meeting has been properly posted?
The meeting has been properly posted. Just step and read for the record.
Great, thank you, Stefan. Again, this is Tony Manfredi. We will now move forward with a land acknowledgement. We begin our Nevada Arts Council meeting by acknowledging that we gather today from the ancestral homelands of the Numa, the Niue, the Nuuvi, and the Washeshu, who have lived in the Great Basin since time began. Please join me in expressing our deepest respect and gratitude to our four major indigenous groups, the Northern Paiute, the Shoshone, the Southern Paiute, and the Washoe, not just the original caretakers of the land we now call Nevada, but for their enduring stewardship and protection of our shared lands and waterways. Today, the Nevada Arts Council reaffirms its commitment to improve the quality of life of our 27 tribal nations, bands, colonies, and the 62,000 plus urban Indians who choose to make Nevada their current home. Thank you for joining us today on this virtual meeting. Your attendance shows your commitment to Nevada's arts industry. And on behalf of the staff and board of the Nevada Arts Council, I thank you for all that you do. At this time, we will proceed to agenda item A3, roll call and instructions. I will now introduce our panelists. We'll begin with Kim Stringfellow. Kim is an artist, educator, writer, and independent curator based in Joshua Tree, California. Her work bridges cultural geography, public practice, and experimental documentary into creative, socially engaged transmedia experiences. She's a 2016 Andy Warhol for the Visual Arts Curatorial Fellow and a 2015 Guggenheim Fellow in photography. She was awarded an honorary doctorate from Claremont Graduate University in 2018. Stringfellow is a professor emeritus at San Diego State University's School of Art and Design. Kim, thank you for being here. Barry Johnson is a visual artist living and working in Washington State. His oeuvre is marked by an exploration of the figure and how it can occupy space. His work was created to combat the overarching absence and erasure of Black figures throughout time. Johnson has received awards, including the Edwin T. Pratt Award, Smart Ventures Award, and the GAP Award. He was also a finalist for the Betty Bowen Award, the Nettie and Conductive Gabriel Grant. Johnson's work has been shown and collected throughout the nation. He's also created multiple permanent artworks regionally, including an immersive mural for Facebook's Bellevue office during his open arts residency. It's a large-scale permanent fabrication for Midtown Square, a full-scale bronze sculpture of multi-dimensional artist Dr. James Washington at Midtown Square. Johnson has also held residence at Amazon, Facebook, and Seattle Hebrew Academy. Barry, thank you for being here today. Barbara Sternberger was born in Vancouver, Canada in 1957. She studied painting at the University of California at Irvine, receiving her master's in fine arts in 1983. Sternberger has exhibited both regionally and nationally, and her paintings are included in numerous private and public collections. Her work is deeply influenced by tenets of Chan Buddhism and its relationship to painting, essence, truth, spirit, resonance, and breadth. Her work has been featured in the U.S. Art in Embassies program and have been the subject of two solo museum exhibitions at the Museum of Northwest Art and the Whatcom Museum. Longtime representation with Elizabeth Lee Gallery in Portland, Oregon, who has presented 10 solo exhibitions of Sternberger's work to date. And Barbara, thank you for being here. We will now move to agenda item B, public comment. Public comment is welcomed by the committee. Members of the public who wish to participate during public meeting may do so by providing public comment during the two designated public comment periods. Additionally, public comment options may include, without limitation, telephonic or email comment. A period of public comment will be allowed at the beginning and end of this meeting. Because of time constraints, the period of public comment by each speaker may be limited to 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair, and speakers are urged to avoid repetition of comments made by previous speakers. Is there anyone joining today who wishes to provide public comment? All right, and I am seeing none from the attendees. And Sapira, Stefan, or Krista, have we received any email public comment?
I have not received any email public comments.
Great. All right, thank you very much. We will now move to agenda item C for possible action. Review of the 66 visual arts two-dimensional works category fellowship applications. We've assembled an outstanding panel of experts in the field of visual arts and encourage the panelists to share their knowledge about aesthetic, stylistic, or cultural trends that may affect other panel members' understanding of the application being discussed. We also urge you to speak out strongly in support of applications that you believe should be considered by your fellow panel members. Please remember that during the panel meeting, members attending virtually may not speak except during the public comment sections before and after the review process is completed. You may also submit public comments via email to sreed@nevadaculture.org. Please note applicants who are attending virtually today do not have an unfair advantage over those who are not in attendance. If you have any questions or concerns, please ask staff after the meeting. During the panel meeting today and tomorrow, the panel will discuss and score the 66 applications for the FY23 Artist Fellowship Grant in Visual Arts Two-Dimensional Works category. The Nevada Arts Council will award a total of 5 artist fellowships of $5,000 to the top scorers of all categories, which encompass both two-dimensional work categories and three-dimensional work categories and new genre work categories. The goal of this panel is to score the applicants that will determine funding recommendations presented to the Nevada Arts Council Board. Applications are scored based on the criteria in the grant guidelines, and final decisions regarding grant awards will be made by the Nevada Arts Council Board during a meeting to come in the next few months. All applications received have been reviewed by staff for eligibility, and all applications submitted to the panelists to review are eligible. It's the panelists' responsibility to determine if and to what extent each application is worthy of receiving funding, not to evaluate the applicant's eligibility. Please note the panelists have reviewed all applications and supplemental materials online prior to this meeting. Panel members are not permitted to enhance any application by offering their personal knowledge of an applicant. No information beyond the application itself may be discussed. Staff may only provide clarification and/or assist panelists in locating information. In accordance with Nevada open meeting law, panelists may not discuss any application outside of this public meeting, so please be sure that no discussion regarding applications occur during breaks, lunch, or after the meeting adjourns each day. This public meeting is being recorded. Please remember to identify yourself each time you speak and to speak loudly and clearly so that your comments will be clearly recorded and so that the audience members can hear you. All panelists previously received information regarding conflicts of interest. If a panelist stands to profit in some way from the awarding of a grant to any of the applications we will be discussing, the panelists should refrain from participating in the discussion and voting on that application. Conflict of interest forms were given to panelists previously and have already been signed and turned in to Nevada Arts Council staff. Panelists, when I call on you, please state your name and announce if you have any conflicts of interest. I will begin with Kim Stringfellow.
I don't have any conflicts of interest. My name is Kim Stringfellow.
Thank you, Kim. Barry Johnson.
Barry Johnson, I do not have any conflicts of interest. Thank you so much, Tony.
Thank you, Barry. And Barbara Sternberger. And Barbara, you're on mute.
I'm Barbara Sternberger, and I have no conflict of interest.
Excellent.
Can you
Thank
hear me?
Barbara. Yep, gotcha. Thank you. We'll take breaks and lunch when there's a natural break in the paneling process. We hope to break for lunch around noon. I will say if any of you need to take a break, just, when we have a stopping point, just let me know and we can certainly accommodate that. Fellowships are awarded to individual artists of exceptional talent in recognition of outstanding work and commitment to their artistic development. As panelists, we ask you define the standard of quality and excellence based upon your collective experience from a broad regional and national perspective. Please review applicants' work and judge it according to the following review criteria. Clear demonstration of the artist's intent and purpose. Clear demonstration of the artist's intent and process. That is worth 10 points. Consistency in the exceptional caliber of the work. That is worth 10 points. Evidence of artistic impact, such as influence within a specific community or genre of art, and that category is worth 10 points. In the first round, I'll state the application number and ask each panelist to state their name, round one score, and initial comments for that application. If there's a large discrepancy in scores between panelists on a certain application, the staff may ask panelists to clarify their scores through discussion. Panelists will have the opportunity to adjust their scores at that time. If a panelist changes a score, they must state the justification for that change. The Nevada Arts Council staff will record the average panel scores for each applicant and determine which applications move on to the next round based upon average score. All right, so as I see it here, we will begin round one. Is that correct, team? Okay, here we go. So I will read out the application number, and then again, I will call on each of you to give your score and a brief comment on the application. And all right, so as I see it here, we are, and team, we're starting with application 0001. Is that correct?
Stephen Reed for the record, that is correct, yes.
Okay. Let me just make a quick note here, 1 second.
Tony, I have a question.
Yes.
Our submittable starts, well, it starts with 0097 because we have to kind of go backwards. So you still want us to start with 1 and go.
Yes, this is Tony for the record. If the team's kind of sorted this out to go. Looks like, and I'm wondering if Krista, you could pop in. Can we flip those? Can't we flip that in submittable?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
go
can.
ahead.
When you're looking, this is Krista, when you're looking at submittable and it has all the applications, just above that, the banner above the application number, if you click that, it should resort to the lowest to highest.
And Kim, just let us know if that's working.
No, and I just click score. Where is the label where do we, now it's totally out of order.
Give me just a second to pop
That's
in.
okay.
Because I click score. And should it be submission?
It should be submission. Yes, this is the PR check and just.
Okay, I just figured it out. Thank you.
All right. And Barbara, this is Tony again. Barbara, Barry, you're all good with that? All good? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Barbara, go ahead.
Okay, I lost you guys' visual. I just see a big Zoom sign in front of me. I can't see anybody. And I'm sure it's on my part because I went to the applicant list and then I lost you.
Sure. Are you on a Mac or a PC?
Mac.
Okay, if you go down into your dock at the bottom and you click on the Zoom icon.
Okay. There
I
you
have
are.
a feeling of there we are. Awesome. All right. Excellent. Okay. All right. So we will begin AFG 230001. And I will go ahead. Kim Stringfellow, we will go ahead and begin with you. Your score and comments, please.
I had a score for 001 of 6 points. And, I'm going to be sharing this statement over with several, just to explain that I am interested in work, creative work with strong conceptual foundation that shows the chosen command of the media and intellectual ideas conveyed within their artist statement. This score did not reflect those strongly. Thank you.
Great. Okay. This is Tony for the record. Barbara, we will go ahead. Barbara Sternberger, we'll go ahead and have your score and comments, please.
All right, for 001, I gave a preliminary score of 17. And to give you a background of the way I scored, I had if everyone, submitted, I started my low score at, I don't have it in front of me, but at, let's see, I think it was at 15 and went up from there. Okay, so I felt that this work exhibited personal involvement and commitment and effort. However, the imagery and the application style, I didn't think successfully communicated the artist's intent. I would encourage the artist to further explore this area and have more rigorous intention to their process.
Thank you, Barbara. And this is Tony for the record. Barry Johnson, your score and comments, please.
Barry Johnson here for application 0001. I gave them a preliminary score of 21. I set my criteria based on how someone is able to effectively communicate their work through the intention of how they speak about it, as well as it's very important for me to see enough consistent work across a number of works that I'm starting to get an understanding of thematically where the direction of the artist is going. While I do feel that there was strong potential and there's a clear understanding of the execution of work, as I look across the body of work and I look to understand more about what it is they're trying to effectively communicate, there's a little bit of disalignment there. So I gave them a 21.
Thank you, Barry. Any more comments before we go to staff for scoring? All right, seeing none. Krista, I will toss to you. And Krista, if you are talking, we can't hear you.
I wasn't yet.
Oh, good. Okay.
Sorry. This is Krista. Yeah, popped my whole Zoom really tiny, so I can't show my video right now. So we'll be sharing the screen for the moment. This is Krista. We're looking at the panel scores for application AFG 230001. Kim, your final score for this application for this round, please. There you go.
Yeah, sorry, just one moment. So I gave a score of 8 for this applicant. And I have to say, it seems like my scores are going to be very different from the other 2 panelists. I did not give a base score for basically submitting work. And I really tried to look at the work in context of, like I said, the conceptual development, how it relates to the statement and the media. So I think my scores are going to be radically different from the other 2.
I concur. My scores are moderately going to, I kind of set like where is at the highest and then work down. So I probably am going to have a general higher score than most folks, but they're going to kind of set within the same box. So I think that that's probably pretty normal that we'll see the differentiation.
And that's acceptable as long as you're consistent in how you're scoring throughout all of the applications. Each of you it's normal for each person to score their own way. So finding the average score through all of them is what we're going for with this. Kim, if you could just state the reason for increase in your score, please.
Increasing my score?
Yes, We're at a 6 and you changed it to an 8.
Yeah, this is Tony for the record. Kim, you had mentioned in your first score, you said 6 and then you went to 8. So if you haven't raised your score, if it was supposed to be an 8, just let us know that too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
We're still talking about number 1 then?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
I thought, okay, I'm confused. This is the first time I've done one of these, so.
You're great.
bear
You're
with
doing
me.
we're going to be
No, it's-
great by the
it's-
end. So you'll be
It's
fine.
number 1 is 6.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay.
And then Barry, if you could confirm your score, please.
Yes, I'm gonna confirm 21.
Thank you. And Barbara, if you could confirm yours, please.
Yeah, I'm going to confirm 17, but I want to talk about a point that Kim made, and I think it's important because I think our scores are fairly close, but the way that we came up with the number obviously is different. And for the 3 questions, I started with the 5 points and moved forward of the separate 3 questions, and only went below 5 if I felt they were doing something that the criteria didn't ask for. So I'm a little concerned about the discrepancy in the numbers because I think we're more on the same thinking, but the numbers are coming up different. Does anybody want to comment on that?
This is Stephen Reed for the record. This is, I think, not unusual in our panel process. We will see some variation of scores. And it's important at this point when we're doing the scores and the dialogue, if there is something within the discussion of another panelist that would maybe cue you to say, I don't think I thought about that, or I didn't, think about that. You have the ability to change your score here to maybe be more in line. I do think your scores are consistent as you guys have scored all the way through here. So this is where things will wash out through the discussion period. If you think your score was either too high, too low, based on the discussion you have with the other panelists. So this would be the time. It's difficult to go back and change your score when we go through 60 applications. So if you do see something during the discussion period here, where you think your score might not be aligned or you scored too low or too high, this is the place to change it.
I just wanted to comment that my score, I was scoring on 1 to 10 individually for each of those 3 items. And so that's very important for my score. So my scores are completely consistent throughout, but there's going to be a wide range of scores. And it seems like the other 2 panelists, like I said, there seems to be a base. I did not use that. I was looking at it maybe in terms more of, a kind of grading. I'm a professor in terms of the way I was looking at the work. So I just want to make that clear to anyone who is listening. So.
Real quick on that, Kim, what do you mean by a base? I didn't establish a base.
Okay, well, that sounded like Barbara did, though. She said she has like a base of 15. So I think that throws our scores off if we're not doing that.
This is Stephen Reed for the record. I believe all of you have gone through and scored consistently in the way that you've looked at your applications. Kim and Barbara and Barry, obviously you went about things differently, but what is important here is that you scored the review criteria for each applicant's work submitted. That's what we're looking at. How you arrived at that point could be different, but as long as you were consistent in that scoring through the review of the applications, you might have done it a little differently. Again, if there's something within the discussion that warrants you think you need to change your score, you're able to do that. But I think looking at the scores, and we reviewed the scores early before we sent them back out to you, you were all consistent through your scoring. So that's what was important. How you arrived at those numbers, I think was individual discretion on your part. So I think we're good where we're at. If you feel, again, the need to change your score during the discussion, this is the time to do it. Also, one more thing, please announce your name before you speak for the record.
and this is Tony for the record, you also don't have to change your score at all if you don't want to. So, and I concur with Stefan's take on this. You're all consistent in your scoring. It's why we have the 3 panelists. It's why we average the scores. So I mean, you all are fine in what you've done. So that's great. One thing, well, I'll go ahead and Krista, let's go ahead and continue with the scoring, and then I'll bring up another point in just a second.
Okay, so the final panel scores in round 1 for application 0001 are Kim 6, Barry 21, Barbara 17, and that will give us a final average score of 14.7 for that application.
Great, this is Tony again for the record. Thank you, Krista. For the team on the chat here, and I just want to respond. There's a couple folks who have asked about showing the works of those that we're discussing. And it is my understanding that we are not doing that during this panel review. So just so that those on the call are aware, we are not looking at the works.
Correct. This is Stefan Reed for the record. Tony, we had, we're reviewing 60 applications. To be able to get through all of those applications from today and tomorrow, time is, and the applicants obviously have reviewed all the submissions.
Right.
And so we will not be showing those online. As we get further, if there's some discussion and a panelist needs to see an image, we can definitely bring that image up through Submittable and you guys can review it together.
Mm-hmm.
This is Krista. I'm going to imagine that if somebody's reaching out about that, maybe because they're curious if we're on their submission or not. So I would suggest hop into your Submittable account to see what your submission number is. So that way, when we get to that number, you'll know that we're discussing your submission.
Great, thank you. Krista, this is Tony again. Okay, so by the way, just as a point of note, that was great. What you all did and what we're talking. And as we move forward, we can open up and have more robust conversations. But for this first round, this is fantastic. So great job, everyone. We will now move on to AFG 230002. I'm going to randomize us as we talk so we don't get into kind of repetitive things. So this time I will begin with Barry Johnson, please. Your comments and score.
Okay, great. I thought that there was a very strong collection of work here. I'm interested to see more in the subject and theme that they're exploring. They're on to something here, and I like the direction of work, so I gave them a preliminary score of 24 for 002, and that's Barry Johnson.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barry. Barbara Sternberger, your score and comments, please.
Okay, I'm Barbara and I gave a score of 17. And the reason for this is that I thought there was a clear aesthetic emerging in the photographs. However, they seemed early in their development and intent. And I would encourage the photographer to continue investigating the subject matter and his point of view in terms of these photographs. They seem pretty much the same point of view throughout. Thank you. Again, 17 was my score.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony and Kim.
Hi, this is Kim Stringfellow. I gave a score of 8. Although I think this work has potential, I wasn't sure if it was a type of fashion work, which I'm not particularly interested in. I do feel like it needs to be further refined. And I feel like the artist needs to develop their statement more deeply.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Krista, we will, before we do that, any further comments from the group? All right, seeing none. Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 230002. Kim, if I could start with confirming your score, please.
This is Kim Stringfellow. I can confirm my score.
Of an 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And Barry, if you could confirm your score, please.
It's Barry Johnson. I confirm my score 24.
Thank you. And Barbara, please.
This is Barbara, and I confirm my score at 17.
Thank you. And final panel, final scores for round one for application 0002 are Kim 8, Barry 24, Barbara 17, for an average score of 16.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony Manfredi for the record. We will now move on to AFG 230006. I will begin with scoring and comments from Barbara, please.
Okay, this is Barbara, and for 006, I gave a preliminary score of 17. I thought that the artist handled the paint medium well. However, these narrative paintings lack a personal aesthetic and intention. I would encourage the artist to focus on a more limited narrative in order to develop a personal artistic intention. Thank you. 17.
Thank you, Barbara. Kim.
I gave the score, sorry, this is Kim Stringfellow. I gave a score for submission 6, a score of 8. Again, I am interested in creative work with strong conceptual foundations, showing command of the chosen media and intellectual ideas conveyed in the work. I found the artist statement relating to this somewhat confusing, and I encourage this artist to look at other artist statements to help them develop ideas about their work in written form, and also to focus the work in terms of the subjects that they are approaching with this body of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Barry, we will go to you, please.
Barry Johnson. I think that this artist has a very strong foundation in painting. I think that they are exploring a number of different themes, and as an individual that is kind of anti like the whole notion of being able to get everything within a statement, I understand the importance of it, but also I really can also understand where someone's like, I'm able to, they essentially spoke about how they're better at showing their work as compared to talking with it. As they continue to develop that work, the narrative about the work will come out. So they're directionally on the right path, but to the point of the other panelists, there's some work that they need to go to kind of pare down the narrative and the work. I say all that to say I gave them a collective score of 21.
Okay, any further comments? This is Tony for the record. Any further comments on this application? Seeing none, Krista, if you will take us through the scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 230006. I can start with Barry this time to confirm your score.
Barry Johnson here, collective score of 21.
Thank you. And Barbara?
Yeah, Barbara, and a collective score of 17.
Thank you. And Kim, please.
Kim Stringfellow, collective score of 8.
Thank you. The final panel score for round one, Kim 8, Barry 21, Barbara 17, for an average score of 15.3.
Thank you. This is Tony for the record. We will now move to AFG 230007. And this time I will begin with Kim. Your comments and score, please.
Hi, this is Kim Stringfellow. I gave a collective score of 5. Although I see potential in this work, it was a very eclectic group of imagery, photographs, mural. I wasn't sure if the mural imagery was of the artist or a photograph of a mural. And so I think that needs to be distinguished in the actual written statement about the work.
Thank you, Kim. Barbara, your comments, please.
Yes, this is Barbara, and I agree. I felt the artist's intent and process was not clearly demonstrated in this work, and I would just encourage that the artist focus in on what it is that they're trying to say and go from there. The work seemed scattered. Thank you. 17. Wait, 15.
15.
Thank you.
Correct. This is Tony. Thank you, Barbara. And Barry, your comments and score, please.
Barry Johnson, I agree with my fellow panelists. I think that this work really doesn't do a good job in the explanation of it and the examples of the work. It is very scattered. It's hard to determine who the artist is and what it is they're trying to communicate. I'd encourage this artist to dig deeper in their practice and really figure out a word to conceptualize the work and the statement. And because of that, I gave them a collective score of 17.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barry. Any additional comments on this application? Seeing none from the group, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 230007. If I can start with Barbara to confirm your score, please.
Yes, this is Barbara. I'm confirming my score is 15.
Thank you. And Barry, if I could confirm yours, please.
Barry here, confirming my score is 17, sorry.
Thank you. And Kim, please.
Kim Stringfellow, my score is 5.
Thank you. The final panel scores in round 1 for application 0007 are Kim 5, Barry 17, Barbara 15 for an average score of 12.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony for the record. Krista, if I can ask you a question for the viewing audience, just to clarify where those who are applicants could find their submittable number.
In their application within submittable, it would also be attached to any emails, correspondence that we've had for the particular application.
Great. Okay, this is Tony. Thank you, Krista. Appreciate that. We will move now to AFG 230008. And Barry, if you will lead us in the discussion.
Yep, no problem at all. I dug the work. I think from a practical perspective, this artist has a really strong understanding of how to paint and how to communicate a particular theme across all their works with these still lives. I would like to see that kind of narrowed in a little bit more to kind of get a greater understanding of the overall theme. They kind of hinted to it in the explanation of the work, but when I look at the small statement of the work and then I look across the work, there does seem to be a slight disconnect. So I'd encourage them to help to refine that practice a little bit more so we get the explanation in the showcase of the work and of the work itself. Because of that, I give them a collective score of 21.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barry. Barbara, your score and comments, please.
Okay, this is Barbara. My score for this applicant is 19. I thought these paintings were well crafted and executed. However, again, I didn't think the intention was clearly demonstrated. My constructive criticism would be to continue to develop their own personal aesthetic and intention and build on some well, crafted paintings. So final score is 19.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony again. And Kim, we will go to your comments for 0008.
So my collective score was 8. This is Kim. I feel this artist is talented. They are great at rendering figurative studies, but I felt that it was a very eclectic group of work and it needs to have focus. And I urge the artist to also work on their written statement accompanying the work. Thanks.
This is Tony. Thank you all. Any additional comments on this application? Again, it's 0008 before we move to scoring. All right, seeing none. Krista, if you can take us through the final or the round 1 scoring, please.
Sorry, my little screen share switched on me. This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 230008. And we'll start with Kim for confirmation of your score.
This is Kim, and I confirm a collective score of 8 for this applicant.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara, and I confirm 19 as my collective score.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. I confirm 21 for my score.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0008 are Kim 8, Barry 21, Barbara 19 for an average score of 16 even.
Thank you, Krista. We will now move to AFG 23-0009. And Kim, if you can go ahead and begin our scoring and discussion.
This is Kim. I give a collective score for this applicant of 3. I have to say, I feel that this artist, this photographer, looks like they were photographing public artworks in different views, and it doesn't generate a artistic vision for me to photograph another person's work, and also to limit your portfolio to several views of the same work. So the work was confusing. There was literally no statement. So it was really hard to discern what this work was about. I want to urge the photographer to explore concepts of contemporary fine art photography. I think that will be very helpful for their development.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. I will move to Barry, please, your score and comments.
This is Barry. I gave this collective score of 3 as well. I think that this artist did not put the effort required to explain the body of work. So it's left for me as the viewer to try to discern what it is that they're trying to articulate in the style of photographs that were shot. I understand they may be early in their career and there's a lot for them to be able to understand, but definitely where you need to be able to explain your work more, and also a better execution of the photos. It is hard to tell if these are photos. It does look like these are photos of public art, but definitely with some more practice, you'll learn more, but definitely there needs to be a stronger understanding of what it is in your approach of the work, and there needs to be a stronger execution of the work as well.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barry. Barbara, your score and comments, please.
Okay, so on applicant 009, I gave a collective score of 5. And the reason I didn't think this applicant demonstrated their intent or their process, but I don't want to discourage this artist's passion. So I would suggest they read the criteria of submitting to these fellowships more carefully, and to fulfill the requirements so that the panelists can better judge the work. So 5.
Thank you, Barbara. Any further comments on this application? Krista, I'll toss to you to collect the scores.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0009. Barbara, if we can start with you to confirm the score this time, please.
Yes, this is Barbara, and I confirm 5 is my total score.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim. My collective score for this applicant was 3.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. My collective score for this applicant was 3 as well.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0009 are Kim 3, Barry 3, Barbara 5 for an average score of 3.7.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move to AFG 23-0011. And Barbara, if you can begin the discussion, please.
Yes, this is Barbara, and I found this work extremely interesting. I would encourage the artists to continue their investigation. Also, I thought there was an incredibly unique personal aesthetic that was coming through in most of these work samples. So I would give this, I gave this applicant score 18.
Thank you, Barbara. Kim, your score and comments, please.
This is Kim. I gave a collective score of 9 for this applicant. I feel that there is a lot of interesting ideas going on in this work, but this was, again, a very eclectic body of work. The photographic imagery I felt was weak, but I felt that the embroidered pieces were very compelling. And I was interested in the statement, and I think the statement can be refined. I think it's important for people to focus their portfolios, and throwing in the 2-figure, the illustrative piece really threw me off. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you, Kim. And Barry.
Barry here, application 00011. I'm sorry, 0011. I like the body of work. I think that, you know, there are moments where whenever, to the point about the portfolio, I absolutely believe in a refined, concise body of work. Reading the statement as well as looking through the work, I can see a through line. I was thrown a bit on the illustration, but I can see a through line because there is, from the embroidery to the t-shirt to the image in the van. I don't know how close we get with telling exactly who this artist is, but there was definitely a through line with the work, and I feel they did a great job of really kind of getting to the meat and bones of what it is that they're trying to showcase through their work, through the body of it and the statement. So I gave this artist a collective score of 21. I'd encourage them to that point when it comes to a portfolio submission to probably contextualize it to just a few pieces, because with just the photography or with just the images alone, I think that we kind of get a stronger understanding of where they're going directionally.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony and Barbara. You've given your score already, or you have not? Shoot, you have. Okay,
Yes.
sorry, just getting my sequencing straight. All right, thank you. Krista, if you can take us through final scores, please.
Yes, were there any additional comments that you guys wanted to make with each other? Okay, just wanted to make sure real fast. Okay, this is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 230011. Barry, if we can start with your score, please.
Barry, collective score 21.
Thank you. And Kim?
Kim, collective score of 9.
Thank you. And Barbara?
Barbara, a collective score of 18.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0011 are Kim 9, Barry 21, Barbara 18, for an average score of 16 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move on to AFG 230012. Barry, if you will go ahead and begin the scoring and comment process.
For sure. Barry here, really strong portfolio, a consistent set of work, really well execution, painting. In this case, I would look for a little bit more of the narrative inside of the artist statement, but definitely a strong showcase of work within the portfolio and a strong execution of hand when it refers to the painting. So I gave this score, I gave this applicant a collective score of 24.
Thank you, Barry. Barbara, if you can go ahead and begin your scoring and review, please.
Yes, my score on this applicant is 22. It is very clear that the artist was able to manifest their intention through the paint medium, which I thought they handled very well. My constructive criticism would be that they get a little bit out of their comfort zone in terms of compositional point of view. It seemed a little repetitive, but I thought the work was real good.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barbara. And Kim.
This is Kim, a collective score of 15. I agree with the panelists. I think this portfolio is strong and very professional. I did find it to be somewhat redundant and somewhat of a gimmick in terms of the reflective material that they were using within the image. And I encourage them to think about other ways to work with this concept to vary this portfolio of work. So that was the reason I gave a score of 15. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Again, this is Tony. Any further comments from the group on this application?
Kim, I'd be interested to hear more about your point around a gimmick. I'd be interested to hear more about that. Why refer to the work as a gimmick?
I'm talking about the use of the reflective material within each image, and I was finding it to be repetitive and redundant. And so for me, it became a type of signature gimmick that I feel that can be possibly explored further.
Got it. Okay.
Great. Any additional comments? Okay, Krista, if you can take us through scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 230012. Kim, if we can confirm your score, please.
This is Kim, a collective score of 15.
Thank you. Barry?
This is Barry. I gave a collective score of 24.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara. I gave a collective score of 22.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application number 0012 are Kim 15, Barry 24, and Barbara 22 for an average score of 20.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move to AFG 230013. Barbara, if you can begin the conversation.
Okay. On 0013, this is Barbara. I gave a collective score of 23, and I found that the paint handling and execution of this work to be of exceptional caliber. The work is very confident. Again, I will give some constructive criticism, and that would be to, again, have a less predictable composition. And on the two paintings that they were a little derivative of Bay Area painting, the two small ones. Okay, that's so a score of 23.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barbara. Kim, your score and comments, please.
This is Kim. My collective score was 14 for this applicant. I do feel that this is mature, refined work. I feel like it does rely a bit too much on a kind of illustration approach to painting. And I just want to say that I'm less interested in abstraction and classicism approaches to most of the work that I see. So I would like to see this work kind of break out of that type of classic approach to figure.
Thank you, Kim. And Barry, your score and comments, please. And Barry, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
I just saw that. I'm so
No
sorry
problem.
about that.
No problem.
This is Barry. I gave this work a collective score of 24. While there is a repetitive nature in the execution of the work, when I think about work and its ability to scale up, and when I think about the public's understanding of work and how they're able to witness it, I see a work like this being something that's very inviting to the viewer. I know that, you know, as artists, sometimes we can get really bogged down in like our style of work. And sometimes when we think about the greater audience, we end up creating artwork for artists, but from a public appeal, I'm just walking up and witnessing this work, seeing it scaled up, or just the feeling it emanates, it's colorful, and there's a continued narrative across. I would tell them to pare down their portfolio though, as there are bright moments, and then there are moments of where they're trying to get to a new place, but they're on the edge of it. So because of that, I give them a collective score of 24.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Any additional comments on this application? Great. All right, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0013. Barbara, if we can start with your score, please.
Yes, this is Barbara. My collective score was 23.
Thank you. And Barry, please.
This is Barry. My collective score is 24.
Thank you. And Kim, please.
This is Kim. My collective score is 14.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0013 are Kim 14, Barry 24, Barbara 23 for an average score of 20.3.
This is Tony. Thank you, Krista. All right, team, we are right at nearly 11 o'clock, so it's 10:59. Curious, would give everybody just a quick little break here, a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break? What would you prefer?
5.
5? 5 work for everyone? Okay, so why don't we do this since we're almost, why don't we will reconvene at 11:05. So you can go ahead and turn your cameras and mics off, and we will convene at 11:05. Thank you. All right, this is Tony Manfredi. Welcome back. We will reconvene our Artist Fellowship Grant in our 2D Visual Arts. We will begin with application 0015. And Barry, if you will go ahead and begin our scoring and discussion.
Perfect. I think that there is a strong narrative that happens throughout this work. There's also a good explanation of the work. They clearly have like a hand of understanding of like how they're communicating that through the work. I would like to see it as with this is kind of a redeeming comment for me about the importance of contextualizing the portfolio. There's a strong understanding of how to effectively paint here, but from a thematic or conceptual message, it falls in certain moments. So because of that, I give this a collective score of 23. And I think I forgot this is Barry, but I'm just saying.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barry. Barbara, if you would go ahead and give your score and comments.
Yeah, this is Barbara. I gave a collective score of 19. I would encourage this artist to continue down this path of exploration. I thought it was interesting. I did, however, think that his intention or their intention could be better realized through more scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony and Kim.
This is Kim. I gave a collective score of 12. I do like this work. It is somewhat illustrative, and I see applications for it in terms of public art and mural work. My score was basically across the board, just a little below average.
Thank you, Kim. Again, this is Tony. Any additional comments from our panel? All right, Krista, if you can take us through the scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0015. Barry, if we can start with your confirmation, please.
This is Barry. I'm confirming my score of 23.
Thank you. And Kim?
I'm confirming my score of 12. This is Kim.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara. I'm confirming my score of 19.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0015 are Kim 12, Barry 23, Barbara 19 for an average score of 18 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move to AFG 23-0016. Kim, if you will begin with your comments and score, please.
Let me just pull up this. My submittable. My collective score for this applicant was 14. And you know, I found this work interesting. I like the mood of the work. There was some really wonderful pieces, and then there seems to be some almost like very loose studies. And so I feel like the artists can, if they can keep the caliber of the very strong images, like there's 2 figures on the bed that I thought were quite beautiful and a real wonderful play of light, and then an individual at work in a studio of sorts. Those were strong pieces for me. And then other ones just seem to be kind of thrown in as studies. So I think what they need to do is to really develop further this body of work, and then they can have a strong portfolio.
Thank you, Kim. And this is Tony. Barry, your comments, please.
This is Barry for application 10016. I gave a collective score of 23. I agree with my panelists. I think that there are great moments here. There's great exploration of light, but I would like to see this body of work refined a bit further to see where else it can go.
Thank you, Barry. Again, this is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Yeah, so I gave this is Barbara, I gave a collective score of 18. And I agree. I thought the work on some pieces was really strong. And then on others, it lacked. I thought there was not that much continuity in the idea. And so I would just encourage the artists to, focus a little bit more on how to bridge that intention with the application of paint, because the artist obviously has a good handling of the medium. So a score of 18.
And thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Any additional comments or questions from the panel?
I do. I just realized that I accidentally double clicked on my submittable, and I think one of the previous applications, I had the same score, but I just realized that my feedback was for a wrong application. So I don't know how we go about that. Maybe we can go back to that later, but the score is still the same, but I think when I was explaining the work, I'm just looking at it and realized the number was off.
So this is Tony for the record. Barry, go ahead and give your comments for the 40016 now.
So that still remains the same. I was just looking at it's still 23, but it was for a previous application. So maybe we can go back at some point and talk through that.
So sorry, if you could give your comments. So you had your score, right? You said your score was the same, but you had different comments for 0016.
It was not for 0016. It was actually for the application before that. I just realized when I was looking at the work that, so I'm sorry about that, but I did want to call that out.
Okay.
So that we
all right. So we'll go ahead and continue forward with 0016. So your comments and score are accurate for that.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So we'll do that. And then we'll jump back to 0015 after this.
Okay.
So Krista, if you can take us, any additional comments or questions from the team? Okay, Krista, go ahead.
This is Krista, and Barry, I'll just point out real quick too, we pulled everything from submittable. So if the applicants do reach out for information, they'll get what was in the submittable application from what you put into. So, and we will go over to the score for this one. As soon as it wants to let me, there we go. We are looking at the final panel scores for round one for application AFG 230016. Barbara, if we can start with you, please.
This is Barbara. My collective score is 18.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. My collective score is 23.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim. My collective score is 14.
Thank you. Final scores in round one for application 0016 are Kim 14, Barry 23, Barbara 18 for an average score of 18.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. Okay, we are going to go back and reopen discussion on AFG 230015.
0013.
Sorry. Okay, we're going to go back and reopen 0013.
Sorry about that. I'm going in between docs and reading
Understand
at the same time.
Yeah, no worries.
I just wanted to clarify my comments on it, which does align, but like the work was beautiful, imaginative. I love the figurative work. And I think overall my score still holds for 24 for it, but it's just a really strong body of work. And I'd love to see the artist just go a bit further with the exploration of that work. That's all.
Great. Thank you, Barry. This is Tony again. Any additional comments from either Kim or Barbara on 0013?
No.
Okay. And Krista, if we can just go back to the scoring for 0013, and let's just rescore everything based on Barry's additional comments and make sure we're all in alignment there, please.
Sure. So for we're taking a second look at the final scores in round one for application AFG 230013. Kim, can you confirm your score for 14?
This is Kim. Yes, I confirm 14 for my score.
Okay, and Barry?
This is Barry 24 for my score.
Thank you. And Barbara?
Barbara, 23.
Perfect. So the average score will remain the same for that application at 20.3.
Sorry for the sidebar, y'all, but thank y'all.
It's okay, it happens.
I just wanted to make sure, because I want to make sure everyone's getting honest and earnest feedback.
Absolutely, thank you.
This is Tony for the record, and Barry, that's perfect. And I mean, that what you did was perfect, just identifying that. I mean, that's great. So thank you. We will move on to, and let me confirm here. So we finished 116. So we are going to move on to AFG 230017. Barbara, if you can lead us in scoring and discussion, please.
All right. I thought this work was excellent in terms of communicating the artist's intention. Although it was traditional in style and application, I found the work refreshing and engaging. And I think that it's real clear that this work would have an impact on community. So I gave the score a 27.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barbara. Kim.
I gave this artist a collective score of 21. This is Kim. I do find this work, it's very professional. It's has a lot of potential, I think, for impact within a specific community. However, I did mark the clear demonstration of intent and process down somewhat, because I felt that the artist is revealing so much. And I feel like if they can withhold and maybe have areas even where the eye can rest that are more abstract and not so heavy-handed, I think that will move this into I think a better direction for me personally. So it has this kind of heaviness of illustration that it's kind of, you know, borderline for me, where it's not leaving enough mystery in some of the subjects that are presented. There's so much information that I think that this could help this work a lot. But overall, I really liked the work.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Barry, over to you.
This is Barry. I like this collection of work. I love to see an artist that can scale up their work and scale it down and still keep everything from a technical perspective intact. The work is somewhat surreal, dreamlike. There are moments of really hard portraiture and representation that takes place, while also being somewhat like heavy on the color study. So there is, to the further panelist point, some points where there is a bit of a fight between what it is you're trying to understand the artist is trying to communicate. There is a strong understanding of the execution of the work, and that's very imperative from looking across all the works there. If any feedback I would give, I would encourage them to refine it a bit further, to explore ways to condense it and find ways to either lean on the representational nature of the work or the color study. And I think that in doing that, you'll find that natural blend between all of them as well. I know that there's some text work as well, but I think that this work is made for setting with, so that's good. And in a public context, there's a lot of power that can exist within that, especially as it refers to the people that are inside of those works. There is a community element that could exist as well. So I think this is a strong application. 25 for Barry.
Thank you, Barry. Any additional questions or comments from the group? All right, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0017. Barry, if we can start with yours, please.
This is Barry, collective score 25.
Thank you. And Kim?
Kim, collective score of 21.
Thank you. And Barbara?
Barbara, 27 is my collective score.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0017. are Kim 21, Barry 25, and Barbara 27 for an average score of 24.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move on to AFG 230020. Barry, if you will lead the discussion.
Thank you. This is Barry for application 0020. I love this work. What I really love about this work is the explanation of some of the things that the artist is currently dealing with in their personal life and how they're leaning on their work to help them to move through some of the real life that's happening and how that's reflected through their work. So I think that there was a great explanation of where they are and how they're approaching their work. This work is very surrealist, very Kahlo-like. From an execution perspective, there's also a consistent narrative across the works. It's really interesting to hear them talking about all these paradoxically different figures that are inside of their mind coexisting and how that shows up in these works. I think the work is very strong and I think it's very evocative. I think that this is one of the things, as with the previous application, that's going to be one of those things that people need to set with to really understand. And there's head nods to a lot of art history as well. So there's a clear understanding from the technical, the personal, and the execution of the work. So yeah, great application.
Thank you.
This is Krista. Barry, what was your score, please?
I just realized I didn't say that. 25.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Barbara, your score and comments, please.
Okay, yeah, after intense viewing, I found that the intention of this artist was very clearly and effectively demonstrated. I think the work is highly personal, and I think if it were brought to the community, it would have an impact on the community too. I commend this artist for their bravery. My only constructive criticism might be to play a little bit with scale. I would like to see these larger, but I get that they're the size that they are, but I think they would also have incredible impact a little bit larger. And so my score is 26.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Kim.
This is Kim. My collective score for this artist is 14. I gave them just slightly below average because I feel like although this work is very strong in technique, it's very interesting to look at. I feel like I only go so far with personal narrative work, even though I think this person is struggling with a condition, and I think it is interesting. But for me, I think that it's not as influential in terms of impact because it is limited. And so I encourage this artist to move forward with their work and to explore other subjects as well.
All right, thank you, Kim. Any additional comments or discussion on this applicant?
Well, I have a comment. Yeah, Kim, I think the work is obviously highly personal, but I think it could communicate a lot to the community that the artist was referencing. And I think it's illustrative, but I think that it comes across to me as being very authentic. And so I think for that reason, I think it's definitely above average for someone to try to communicate what's going on inside them and present it in a way that others beyond their personal, viewing audience would get something out of. So I think it's definitely above average.
Yeah, I agree as well. I'm sorry, go for it.
Oh, I'm just going to say, I don't think it's inauthentic. That wasn't the case. I'm just looking at the work going forward.
Okay.
Yeah. When I think about, why we're creating work as artists, I think that you create work to find the you of it all in it, and that helps to direct how you either go out and create work for the community, or work about the community, or your personal work. And this is reading the artist's statement and thinking about probably the limited scope of things that they're able to do. I think that the only thing they're going to rely on is like this awareness of what's going on between the inner and outer and how that plays out. So I think that when an artist is able to get this deep in their own work, I find it to be like highly interesting, because this is something that, you know, a very low amount of people are struggling with, and they're finding their way to work through it. So not pushing back against you at all, Kim, but definitely I'm in full support of this artist's potential and their direction of their work.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not saying that I don't support this work. I am looking at the larger group of work and the type of work that I am interested in, which is less, I'm not interested so much in a personal narrative statement. So, and you'll see that as we start to go through these applications.
All right, this is Tony. Excellent. Any additional comments or questions?
I'm going to go ahead and move my score up for this.
We'll do that in just a moment.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so we will, Krista, if you can take us through the scoring.
Yes, this is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0020. Barry, if you would go first, you can increase your score now.
Yeah, I had this Barry here. I had this originally as a 24. I'm gonna move this up to a 26. Again, whenever I think about the community understanding of this, and I think about the viewership and the scholarship that exists around work, and I think about people's ability to create work about what it is mentally, physically, where they are in life, I think that this artist did a highly great job of being able to execute on that. So I would love to see more of this work. So I'm going to move it up.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara, and my collective score that I hold to is 26.
Thank you. And Kim?
I'm going to leave my score at 14. This is Kim.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0020 are Kim 14, Barry 26, Barbara 26, for an average score of 22 even.
This is Tony. Thank you, Krista. We will move to AFG 230021. And Kim, if you will begin the scoring and discussion. And Kim, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
So I gave a score of 22 for this applicant. This is Kim. I found this work very, very interesting in technique and subject. And I thought that it was very highly original. And that's one thing that really attracts me to work of this kind when I'm looking through is to see how their work differs from, say, what I'm seeing in contemporary art mainstream. And so this is a very unique voice. So yeah, I really like this work. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Barry, if you will continue the discussion.
Yeah, this is Barry. I gave this work, I find very much similarities between this work and the application previously. Still kind of leaning on what I'm actually going through in life and applying that through work. I think that from a technical perspective of how the work is applied, I can see clear differences there. Strong body of work. What I do love is the color study throughout. This is like one of the only applications that thematically leans on the same color mode throughout each individual work, which I love to see because that lets me know that that artist is really refined in their approach to their work. And because that, I gave them a collective score of 22.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Barbara, your comments.
Okay. All right, so my collective score on this applicant was 21. I found the work extremely interesting. I have to say that their approach was highly original, which I applaud. The only reason I didn't give a higher score is that I thought the intention wasn't clearly met from what I looked at, or it wasn't as clear as I thought it could be. So my score was 21.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Any additional comments or questions from the group? Okay, thank you, Krista. You can take us to scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0021. Kim, if we can start with yours, please.
This is Kim. My score was 22.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. My score is 22 as well.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara. My score was 21.
Thank you. The final panel scores in round 1 for application 0021 are Kim 22, Barry 22, and Barbara 21 for an average score of 21.7.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move to AFG 23-0022. Barbara, if you will lead us in the discussion.
I will in just 1 second. Okay. All right. So I gave this artist a collective score of 27. I found the work, the photography work as a fine art medium excellent. I thought the artist was able to take a non-tangible concept and intention and turn it into a powerful visual language. And I thought the work was captivating and a good, excellent portfolio. So 27.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barbara. Kim, your score and comments.
I gave this artist a score of 11, and I'm going to read my statement. Although I find this work technically perfected, I am troubled by the artist's intent and statement, and what is displayed in the photos. It is an over-sexualization and commodification of the female body, which the artist says they are critiquing. For me as a woman, these images display the same misogynist tropes that the artist wishes to critique. The commercial slickness of the images doesn't help either. I'm a fan of constructed high production fine art photography, but these images fail overall.
It's Tony. Thank you, Kim. And Barry, your score and comments, please.
I think that there was a strong interplay between the figure, not particularly the nude, because I as a viewer don't really get that feel. I feel that there's a good interplay between how to use digital artwork, how to blend it with photography, and how to blend it with composition as well. And like these works are kind of double takes. I only at first glance, and that's as someone that very intensely looks at art, kind of like can quickly form a theme around it. So I'm interested to look at more of the work. And because of that, I gave the artist a collective score of 24 and would be interested to see what the work would look like pared down. But to the fellow panelists, from execution perspective, it's there.
Tony, thank you, Barry. Any additional comments or discussion on this application? Seeing none, Krista, you can take us to scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0022. Barry, if we can start with your score, please.
Barry, score 24.
Thank you. And Kim?
Kim, score of 11.
Thank you. And Barbara?
Yeah, I have a score of 27, and I think I'm going to knock it down to 26. The reason for this is, unlike the other panelists, I don't have as much exposure to this medium. And so after hearing their comments, I can understand, understand that I might have overshot my critique. So I put it down to 26.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0022 are Kim 11, Barry 24, Barbara 26 for an average score of 20.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move on to AFG 230024. And Barry, if you will begin the discussion.
Yep. Barry here, I gave this application a collective score of 21. I think this artist is hinting on some developments, some themes, some identities coming through. I tend to read the statement exhaustively at first, then try to set it to the side and then look at the work and see if there's alignment between the two. I think there's some marriage that still needs to continue to happen with that. And I think that that'll happen over a period of time with the work. So I'd encourage the artist to explore more within these themes. There are hints at how they're exploring color and how they're able to explore negative space and minimal use of color. And I'd encourage them to spend more time with that.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barry. Barbara, your score and comments, please.
So
My score on this artist is 17. I found that the artist clearly liked non-visual contour drawing. However, I think further development of content is important to bring this body of work up to the level of some of the other applicants. So I would, encourage this artist to definitely dig deeper and go past the love of the non-visual contour drawing. So score of 17.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Kim, we will go to your score and comments, please.
This is Kim. I gave a collective score of 8. This work, I feel, is at an early stage, and I feel like it can be developed further. They seem to be a series of studies, and they didn't seem to be completed works. And so I'd like to see the work as it develops.
This is Tony. Thank you, Kim. Any additional comments or questions regarding this application? Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0024. Kim, if we can start with your score, please.
This is Kim. I confirm my score of 8.
Thank you. And Barbara.
This is Barbara, and I'm confirming 17.
Thank you. And Barry.
this is Barry. I'm confirming 21.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0024 are Kim 8, Barry 21, Barbara 17 for an average score of 15.3.
Thank you, Krista. We will move to AFG 230025. Kim, please lead us in the scoring and discussion.
This is Kim. I gave a collective score of 11. I think there's a lot of potential in this body of work, and I think it needs to be developed further. There were 2 pieces, looks like paintings on paper, that were very dense and explore. There's almost kind of a Basquiat feel to these. I was really intrigued by these. I encourage this artist to continue doing a body of work that really reflects that type of intent and focus within those works.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. We will go to Barry for your score and comments.
This is Barry. I gave this application a score of 24, particularly of how they're able to make this work travel across different mediums. To Kim's point, there are some very strong paintings here, but when I also look at the work, when I see that these kind of three-dimensional sculptural works with light, I think those are very exciting as well. So when I think about a community element for this artist and a final showcase of work and what that looks like in a public context, I think there is a way for the work to be able to travel in different mediums while still being able to maintain a sense of the overall theme within the work. I would tell this artist to further explore different series and, let's see that paintings on paper a little bit further. Let's see some more of those three-dimensional works. Let's see some more of the tapestry style works as well. But I think this artist is on to a really great path.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara. I gave this artist a score of 23. I found the work to be very successful in the various mediums presented. I really was intrigued by the wall hangings, and I would, like Barry, I think just deeper investigation, or, maybe bringing all these really strong different approaches to the same content, maybe combining them. The artist clearly is proficient in the various styles, and I think there was enough of a thread in all of them that I could see, I'd like to just see where he's going to where they're going to take this. Okay, so total score of 23.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Any additional comments or discussion around this application? Okay, Krista, to you, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0025. Barbara, if we can confirm your score, please.
Yes, I confirm the score of 23.
And Barry?
This is Barry, final score 24.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim, final score of 11.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0025 are Kim 11, Barry 24, Barbara 23 for an average score of 19.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move to AFG 23-0026. Barbara, if you can begin the discussion and scoring, please.
Okay, on 26, I gave a score of 21. I feel that these are, that the artist is committed to these colorful abstractions, but I feel that the work is early in its development, and I would continue the artist to dig a little deeper, maybe again, they felt like they were comfortable and they could be a little bit less comfortable. Even though I understand from the statement that they were trying to present something positive, I think a little bit more intrigue would also be positive. So final score of 21.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
This is Kim. I gave a collective score of 11 for this work. you know, it's very consistent in the portfolio, but it has a redundancy. I feel also that it lacks a kind of tension I'd like to see in abstract work. And it could be, you know, the consistent, this very bright pastel color palette. And so I think this can develop further, and be interested to see how it does develop.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony, over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application a collective score of 22. To Kim's point, expressionist works are incredibly hard. As a figurative artist, a lot of people think that trying to be able to capture the essence of like an eyeball, a nose, lips can be rather challenging. I believe that expressionist works are some of the hardest works for any creative to be able to work. This artist noted that they work like very quickly and intuitively. When it comes to expressionist works, I would always tell folks to spend more time with it, because some of the best ones are developed through a process of layering. While there is like the use of wooden chopsticks, paints, as well as charcoal, and them speaking of how they're kind of working through the emotions of the global pandemic and dealing with anxieties, I'd encourage them to spend some time with the work, and how the work makes you feel from an emotional perspective. If you are feeling anxious and you're using these particular color palettes as a way to calm those anxieties, spend some more time with it and let the work kind of naturally bring itself to you. To both the panelists' point, this artist is like early. It feels that these works are a bit early. I don't know how early they are in their career, but it feels like if spent a little bit of more time and in more communication with this work, there's the potential to really do something strong with this. Sorry, that was pretty exhaustive, but great work.
Tony, thank you all. Any additional comments or discussion on this application? All right, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0026. Barbara, if we can start with you.
Yes, this is Barbara. I confirm 21.
Thank you. And Kim?
I confirm a score of 11. Kim?
And Barry?
I confirm a score of 22.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0026 are Kim 11, Barry 22, Barbara 21, for an average score of 18 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move to AFG 23-0028. Barry, if you will begin the scoring and discussion.
This is Barry. I gave this application a collective score of 21. I think that there is a strong body of work here. What is missing for me particularly is what the artist is explaining in their expression of the work written and what I'm seeing in it visually. One that could just forget about an artist statement and look at the work. You might have a hard time understanding what it is that the artist is trying to communicate with just seeing the work alone. But then you go back and you read over the particular approach to the work and you see that there's a deeper narrative there. So I'd encourage them to explore a way to create like a natural bond between those so that the folks that are viewing it get an understanding of it right out the gate of what they're trying to see.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara. I gave this artist a collective score of 26. I found that even though the artist may be early in terms of how their work is going to mature, I did find that the work met all 3 criteria strongly. The intention and process was clear, and like what Barry said, I think if you spend a little bit of time with these paintings, the intention does come through. I think it also would have a positive impact or an intriguing impact on community, especially in the incarcerated community. So I gave this artist a 26.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
This is Kim. I gave a collective score of 29. I really like this body of work. I think it's very, very strong conceptually. It has a commitment to subject. I differ from Barry in terms of, I felt that the statement was really strong, and I think most work, I don't, these are formerly incarcerated individuals. I like the idea that moving to the statement, and I use statements a lot, and that has a lot to do with the way that I look at the work during this session, is how they're able to articulate their work, and then also how they're able to execute and what that work means to larger society. So I feel that this is a really strong body of work for this, for the general public, and also for this particular group of individuals. And I like the play between the kind of abstract pieces, although I marked it down slightly because I felt like the pattern pieces were a little confusing to me, but I like the fact that they are consistent in terms of their subject matter. They're continuing to explore it. And I feel like this is a body of work that is going somewhere.
I agree.
Thank you, Kim. Any additional comments or discussion on this application?
I appreciate the feedback from my panelists. That is always very great to be able to hear some additional thoughts around that. So yeah, I appreciate y'all for letting me know that.
Okay, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0028. Barry, if we can get your score first, please.
I'm going to go ahead and move my score up to 25. I'm always, I know only from my view, but hearing the feedback of my fellow panelists, they raise very great points. I appreciate them for that. So because of that, and taking a different look at the work as they were speaking, helped me to see some new things. So I'm going to go ahead and move it up by 4 points to 25.
Thank you. And Barbara.
Yeah, I'm confirming my score of 26.
Thank you. And Kim?
Kim, confirming my score of 29.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0028 are Kim 29, Barry 25, and Barbara 26 for an average score of 26.7.
Okay.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move on to AFG 23-0029. And Kim, if you will begin the scoring and discussion, please.
Okay, I gave a score of this applicant at 18, and yeah, I'm gonna raise this to 20 instead of 18. I really liked this short film, and I feel that this is a really interesting project. I think that, the stills along with the film, I almost just want to have this film, and I want to see more exploration of this particular subject. But there was something very nuanced about this, but I feel that this artist will do well to perhaps up their technical aspect of that. As someone who does films like this, I felt that there was some things that will be helpful for them to further refine the technical aspects of it. But overall, I was really interested in the subject. It's a beautiful portrait of place and people, but it needs to be more technically refined. So I'm upping my score to 20 for this applicant.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. To Barry, please.
Great body of work as well. I love the self-taught, but also there's an overarching theme here that exists across the body of work. So to be able to see that through the film and the portraits, this artist is clearly onto something. I gave them a collective score of 21.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony, over to Barbara.
Okay, I gave this artist a score of 26. This work just resonated with me. I just really loved the idea of this simple story. And it just felt so heartfelt, and it was beautiful to look at. And I found myself thinking about it days later. And so I like this kind of storytelling, and I thought it was just beautiful. So I gave it a 26.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Any further discussion or comments on this application? Okay, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0029. If we can start with Barbara for your final score.
Yeah, my final score on this was 26.
Thank you. And Kim?
My collective score was 20.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry, collective score 21.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0029 are Kim 20, Barry 21, Barbara 26 for an average score of 22.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move to AFG 23-0030. Barbara, if you can begin the scoring and conversation.
Yes, I can. Okay, so this is number 30. Okay, all right. Yeah, so this work to me, I gave a score of 23. I found the work to be very interesting, and I felt like it successfully bridged intention to process together very well. I'm curious to see what this artist is going to do in future work. And I strongly encourage him to, or them to go down this path. So 23 is my score.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony, over to Kim.
This is Kim. I originally gave a score of 10 to this applicant, but I would like to raise it 2 points, reviewing it again. I like this work. I think that when you look at it very detailed, there was some parts of it that I felt could be a bit more refined in terms of their technique. I find it interesting as abstract work. But I'm probably less attracted to this type of work. So it's, this kind of abstraction and classicism approach is not something that, I'm really looking for in the work during this session. So I am going to raise it though. After looking at it, I felt like my score was a little low, so to 12.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony, over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this a collective score of 21. What's really interesting is there's an interplay between colors, composition, and there is this sense of visual language. This artist noted on hints of calligraphy, and some seems to take place in the interplay between the negative use of white space and the colors. So I do feel like spending time with this work, it seems to not only tell a story through the use of color, but there's also, even if not intentionally written in word form, there's a visual language that exists across all these works that I can appreciate. So great work.
Thank you, Barry. Additional additional discussions, comments?
I'd like to say something.
Barbara, if you could just go ahead and identify yourself, please.
Yeah, this is Barbara. It's so important when we look at this work that we look at the scale of the work too, because when we're looking at it over a screen, so much of the work gets lost anyhow, over a screen. But then to try to visualize the scale, I think is really important. And so to get this work, when I first saw it as a grouping, it just kind of went right over my head. And it wasn't until I took it and looked at them individually, obviously, like we do with all of them, but then took the scale button to 100% to really get close up and personal to, and this kind of work where you've got this kind of detail, I think it's really important. So I just want to throw that in. There are drawbacks to looking at work over screen, and this is one of them, you know. Not being able to get the scale right. I'm finished now. Okay.
Thank you, Barbara. Additional comments? Okay, seeing none. Krista?
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores on round 1 for application AFG 23-0030. Kim, if we can start with you.
This is Kim, a collective score of 12.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry, collective score of 21.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara, collective score of 23.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0030 are Kim 12, Barry 21, and Barbara 23 for an average score of 18.7.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We are at 12:01, so we will go ahead and break for lunch at this point. Is the team good with a 30-minute lunch, or would you like additional time?
30 minutes is good for me.
30 minutes work? Okay, so we will reconvene here at 12:32. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you very much.
Do you want us to stay on the Zoom or do you want us to just log off?
You can log off and come back in or stay on. Either way is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever works. Thanks, Barry. Welcome back, everyone. We're just waiting for our panelists to join us, and we will begin in just a minute or so.
I'm getting the same message that I can't join video again.
Oh, I just promoted you back to panelist, and I think Stefan will have to make you a co-host. One moment.
Okay, Barry, that should work. Did that help at all, Barry?
Oh, yep. There I am.
Okay.
All right, welcome back. We will reconvene the meeting. This is the FY23 Artist Fellowship Grant in Visual Arts 2D. We left off on AFG 230031. So we will begin with that application. And Barry, if you will you please start the scoring and discussion?
Yep, Barry here. I like this application overall. I gave it a overall score of 22. I like the technical aspect of the work. At first glance, they do feel very watercolor, but to learn that they were done pastels is a great little Easter egg to find. I think that there is a continuity that exists like amongst like the colors and the content. I would be interested to see this work in different formats. And I think that there's a really great interplay between uses of color as well. Some artists can just exclusively work in monotone colors, and some artists could just only work within bright colors. So there's like a duality that exists on both formats, but good body of work.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony, over to Kim. I'm sorry, I'm going to check that. This is Tony, over to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara, and I gave this applicant a score of 17. I found the work that the craftsmanship was there, but I thought it was pretty formulatic, and it just seemed to kind of repeat a formula throughout the portfolio. I think the intention is, well intended, but did not, meet the process that it was trying to do. So I gave this applicant a 17.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony, over to Kim.
This is Kim. I gave this applicant a combined score of 6. I agree with Barbara's previous comments. It has a kind of formula to it. I also want to suggest that the artists stay away from kind of cliched symbolism like the hearts and things like that. I think there's some really interesting things happening, especially in the dark piece. I'd like to see them explore that more. So I think it's very important to edit our work and our portfolio. And so some of those images, with those types of symbolism, I would remove from this. And also I want to suggest when you're photographing your work, have it on a clean wall without any things in the foreground. There's one image that has a candle and a rock and some other things. So clearly remove those other things unless they're meant to be seen with that piece. Okay, so we're not confused as panelists as to what the intent of the artist is.
Thank you. Kim, any additional comments or discussion on this application? Okay, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0031. Barry, if we can start with you, please.
Score of 21.
I had you at 22. Are you changing it?
Oh, yes, 21, 22. I'm sorry about that. I marked that
Okay.
wrong line.
Thank you. And Barbara?
Barbara at a score of 17.
Thank you. And Kim?
A score of 6 for Kim.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0031 are Kim 6, Barry 22, Barbara 17 for an average score of 15 even.
Thank you, Krista. We will move to AFG 230033. Kim, please begin the scoring and discussion. I'm sorry, Kim, this is Tony again. Oh, I saw you had your hand raised. Did you have a question?
That was a mistake. I clicked the wrong
No worries. Right.
I have a score. This is Kim for applicant 33 of 16. And I like this work. I find it's very intricate. There's lots of things to look at. There is a consistency to the work, and I think it's important to look at it more detailed. I would like to see it somehow brought together in terms of a body of work. So I feel like there's a couple directions that are here that I think could be fleshed out further.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application an overall score of 22. I think that these are very emotionally strong works. I think that there is some work that needs to be done in being able to pare down the work to really get to the real point of what you're trying to get the artist to feel, as well as the explanation of the work was there. But yeah, I think that this work has a little ways to travel before it really gets to the story of it all.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, so I gave this applicant a score of 22. I think the personal involvement and commitment to the work is really evident. However, I think bridging the concept and the intention is a little less evident. And I would really encourage this artist to continue down the path that it's going on, because I think there is clearly a lot of potential and uniqueness to this work. A score of 22.
Thank you, Barbara. Any additional comments or discussion? Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0033. Kim, if we can start with your score.
This is Kim. I had a collective score of 16.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. I had a collective score of 22.
Thank you. And Barbara?
I had a collective score of 22. This is Barbara.
Thank you. Final scores in round one for application 0033 are Kim 16, Barry 22, and Barbara 22 for an average of 20 even.
This is Tony. Thank you, Krista. We will move now to AFG 230034. And Barbara, if you could begin the conversation, please.
Certainly. 3, 4. I gave this score also 22. I think that there's a strong use of color here. They're very vibrant landscapes. However, they're very predictable landscapes. The point of view is so common that I think the uniqueness of what the artist is trying to say gets lost by the predictable point of view. But they're very competent, and I would just suggest this artist dig a little deeper into his intention and get the message and the medium to match a little better. So score of 22.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
This is Kim. I gave a score of 16 for this applicant. I am, very much attracted to the color palette, and it's fairly original, but I feel the subject matter is pretty common. And also I agree with Barbara that the point of view and the intent, I would like to see this explored in a way where maybe it becomes even more abstracted. It needs to bring something new to landscape. Thanks.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application an overall score of 23. I think landscapes are incredibly hard to be able to create because it's all about the use of light and how you can interplay between that. Where there wasn't the execution of that to the highest level, I do like the use of color. So this becomes more of a story of color that exists across different spaces than really looking at it as just a traditional landscape. So there's something new and interesting there. But whenever we do think about it from the perspective of simply as a landscape, I agree with Barbara's point that there needs to be some more directionality in how you're focusing that eye to go around and what you want the vocal point of each individual piece to be. These seem more color studies than landscapes, so there's something really interesting there. And the artist is onto something really interesting, and I'd encourage them to dig a little bit deeper into their practice.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Any additional comments or discussion? Okay, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0034. Barbara, if we can start with yours, please.
Yes, this is Barbara, and I confirm 22.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim. I confirm a collective score of 16.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. I confirm my score of 23.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0034 are Kim 16, Barry 23, and Barbara 22 for an average score of 20.3.
Thank you, Krista. Moving to AFG 230035. Kim, please begin the scoring and conversation.
So this is Kim. I gave a collective score of 11 for this work. It seems to be a more commercial illustrative type of work, which I'm actually looking for very strong conceptual work in the fine art realm. And so this work, I think, has a lot of applications. And I think if they're not already, doing children's illustration for books, I encourage them to do so.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application a 21. I think that there's like a great use of color. There's this whimsical, childlike, illustrative point that goes along with what Kim is saying as well. I think that, I'd like to see a little bit of this more pared down. There's a number of different works here, and I'd like to see them a little bit more focused and a stronger dive into the color use as well. There's a lot of leaning on that illustrative nature of just leaving a lot of negative space, but that always gives the opportunity to lean a little bit more in color stories.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
This is Barbara. I gave this applicant a score of 15. The reason for that is I think it's lacking in intention. It clearly works as, she's the artist illustrates well. However, what they're illustrating, I don't think came out. There is an idea that shows a lot of continuity in the individual, putting the portfolio together and looking at the individual illustrations. I can't put together an idea that's consistent throughout. I gave this applicant a score of 15.
Thank you, Barbara. Any further discussion around this application? All right, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0035. Kim, if we can start with your score.
This is Kim. My score was 11.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. I might have misspoke earlier. My score is 21.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara with the final score of 15.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0035 are Kim 11, Barry 21, and Barbara 15 for an average score of 15.7.
This is Tony. Thank you, Krista. We will move on to AFG 23-0036. Barry, if you will please begin the discussion.
Yes, I think Barry here, I gave this artist an overall score of 25. I love their approach to the work. There is a continual theme across each individual portrait that is created, and it seems to align also with the explanation of the work. I would like to see more of this, and I'd like to challenge the viewer to perhaps take on different additional viewpoints and maybe lean a little bit more into that narrative, but overall good direction, consistent body of work, and thorough explanation of the work.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, so this is Barbara. I gave this applicant a score of 23. Hold on, I want to make sure I've got the right. Yeah, 23. So the draftsmanship and the quality of this work is excellent, and I feel like the intention of the artist is realized. However, I thought the work was, the viewpoint and the way the compositions were pretty predictable. And in order to change that predictability, I would like to see some change either in scale or point of view. So I gave this applicant a score of 23.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
This is Kim. I originally gave a score of 18. I would like to raise it 2 points in demonstration of artist intent and process to 1 point to 8, and consistency and caliber of the work, another point to 8. So that would make my score 20. The reason I marked it down for artistic impact, in terms of this genre, this artist is very talented. They are excellent draftsperson. I think I do like the compositions and this work, but I am really challenged by this depiction of Western life, which is somewhat of a cliche, and we're in an age of decolonization. And some of these subjects, especially Indigenous people, are displayed in this historic manner that I think we need to move forward with. And so I want to challenge this artist to consider doing contemporary images of Indigenous people. I do like the Quanah Parker. I know Quanah Parker's history. I thought that was a nice way to depict Quanah Parker, but I feel like the other one is just something we've seen so much, and it's a very kind of shallow depiction of contemporary Western life, which this artist claims to be doing.
Thank you, Kim. Any additional discussion or conversation? Looks like we may have lost Barry. 1 second.
Oh, I have one more thing to add. I did mention that the portrait of the young woman, which is a departure from this Western theme, I felt was very nice, and I'd like to see more of that work develop.
This is Tony. Thank you, Kim. And just want to make sure that we get Barry back before we open up additional discussion. So he might have dropped off. We'll hang tight here.
I didn't drop off. Sorry, my camera's glitching, but I'm right there.
You are here. Okay, great. Thanks, Barry. All right. Any additional discussion on this application? And Barry, you're going to have to tell us if you, yeah, okay.
Yep, there it is. Got it.
There you are. Great. Okay. All right, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0036. Barry, if we can start with you, please.
This is Barry, confirming my score of 25.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara confirming my score of 23.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim confirming a score of 20.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0036 are Kim 20, Barry 25, Barbara 23 for an average score of 22.7.
Thank you, Krista. Moving to AFG 230038. Kim, please begin the scoring and discussion.
Okay, this is Kim. I gave a score of 15 to this work. I find this work very interesting, but I feel like it's somewhat spotty in terms of presentation and the overall portfolio. They do have a strong kind of original gestural way of drawing, and I like the expressionistic aspects of it. It could be, there's a couple of these kind of banner pieces that they seem a little washed out. So I think I would also suggest that they really pay attention to photographing the work for online presentation.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application an overall score of 23. I do think that I like the works. I like the composition of them. There are higher moments in some of the examples that exist than others, and there seems to be something new where they're onto a sense of using color in a light amount of ways, but sometimes it can battle a little too much with the composition. So I'd encourage the artist to, discover a little bit more in that use of color and the setup of it. And I like the explanation of the work as well. It seems to align with what they're trying to communicate through the works there. So there is a stronger sense of continuity there.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara. I gave this applicant a score of 20. I think it's interesting from Barry's comments because although I found the work conceptually really interesting, I thought the aesthetics of the work seemed scattered to me, and that the artist wasn't able to hone in on a way to present his intention. So I would definitely not discourage this artist at all. I would just say try to focus in and have your unique aesthetic come through a little bit more. I gave this artist a score of 20.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Any further discussion around this application?
Yeah, Barbara, could you explain a little bit more on that? Just so I can, just for my own purpose, I think you feel that there wasn't a good explanation between the intention behind the work and the execution of it?
No, I felt that the presentation, the way the multiple presentations seemed scattered. And so
Oh, got it. Yes.
So I thought that conceptually it was very interesting, and that the artist should kind of hone in on a way of having the work say that physically with more continuity throughout.
Got it. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for that. Thank you for that
I
explanation.
want to second that too. That's the way I felt about it as well.
Got it. Thank you all for that.
All right, thank you all. Seeing no further discussion, Krista, if you can take us through scoring, please.
Absolutely. This is Krista. We're looking at final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0038. Barbara, if we can start with yours.
Okay, this is Barbara. I confirm my score at 20.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. I confirm my score at 23.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim. I confirm a score of 15.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0038R. Kim 15, Barry 23, Barbara 20, for an average score of 19.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We are moving to AFG 230039. Barbara, please take us through the scoring and review.
All right, this is Barbara, and I gave this applicant a total score of 19. I find these landscapes very colorful, and the color exploration is interesting. However, with few exceptions, I have to go back to what I've said earlier. The point of view is very predictable. You know, the road in the center going into, show some perspective. The compositions were just very predictable. And I would encourage the artist to dig deeper in this area, and also with scale too. So my score for this artist was 19.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Okay, I had an original score of 12, but I'd like to raise the score in demonstration 1.25 and the consistency to 6. So that's going to make it 14. I agree with Barbara. I think the technique is somewhat predictable in terms of plein air studies. I am interested in the originality of the color fields and things like this. And I think there's some lovely aspects to some of this work, but I think the artist needs to be challenged further to take their, and I see that evolving in this work, but I think they need to be challenged further to move away from, this, what you see in this type of work, into something that is truly original.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application a 25. While yes, these landscapes are a little bit predictable in the perspective they use, when I look at this work overall, I think that there's...
Great. And Tony, we can begin.
Okay. Let me know where we left off here, because
all good. I was talking about application 0039.
Yes.
I can
Okay.
start from the beginning.
Thank you.
All good. Barry here. I'm finally getting this like when it's almost done. Application 0039. I do agree with my fellow panelists. I think the really interesting thing here is thinking about it from a community perspective. There is something really great about these works is they do serve through the explanation of the work as landscapes. And I like even the intricacies of how they talk about the elements that are really inferring the work. But I think whenever we talk about, Barbara, you brought up a great example about scale. The really interesting thing with some of these works, if you just take a step back, these works feel like large expressionist works as well. So there's this duality that exists between the landscape and some of them, and purely looking at it as just, it could just be an expressionist piece. Some of them are very much more intentional landscapes, but some of them, you know, they could work both ways. I think, again, there's this where they're not necessarily trying to make it directly a landscape. There's strong color stories here. And from the perspective of these works, I tend to be a lot more drawn into these because there's a clear understanding of color use. I think that that's a hard thing for a lot of folks to be able to nail, particularly as it pertains to chroma, saturation, and hue. There's a clear understanding in these works between the highs, the skies, the ground, and where they know how to sit in between compositions. So I think I think personally for me, this was a strong body of work.
I'd like to add a question to you, Barry. So what do you think the artist's intention is with these?
Well, I think that there, again, is a little bit of duality that exists between what is bringing out the feeling of being outside, right? Like, I think that there's the intention that I think the artist wants the viewer to double take, and just to, whenever you're creating a landscape, it could be, oh, you get caught up in the how well is it done from a perspective, how well is it done from a light, how well is it done from a compositional study. Whereas with these, the use of the palette knife, the way that it scrapes, it really could read from just looking at it, is this an intentional landscape, or is it more of an expressionist work of color? And if it's about the color, then I'm taking in, how does it make me feel? What evocative, like what emotive does it bring about? And there's a very warm sense of stillness that exists within these, but through how the palette knife is applied, I feel that there's also a high amount of energy that gets communicated.
Yeah, and I agree, but I think that's all process. You're talking about a process of landscape, but I don't see that as anything that the artist is intending to do with the landscape. And that's what I was not clear on. Like, okay, you use the landscape as as the subject matter to convey what? That
Right.
the artist likes color, or so I just think the content or what the intention has got to go past the obvious of the landscape, and the use of color is, there's no argument there, but I think it has to go further. Okay, that's fine.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Thank you for that, Barbara.
Okay, thank you all for your comments. Any additional remarks? Okay, Krista, please take us to the scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0039. Kim, if we could start with you, please.
This is Kim. This a score of 14.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry, a score of 25.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara's score of 19.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0039 are Kim 14, Barry 25, and Barbara 19 for an average score of 19.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will move to AFG 230040. Barry, please begin the scoring and review.
I think it was great how this artist was able to, through a retreat, find out more of the work. And it's really interesting. I made a point earlier about how sometimes artists get stuck in a place of just creating art for other artists. I know that while that is very, for an artist, the purist in us wants to be able to do that and have the real critique of the work. So it was great to hear about how this artist was able to go somewhere and then like have an artist just subtly note to them to like dig a little bit deeper in that. And they did that through their works. And I I love these works. I think that there's a real execution of how these works were done. I think that they're very emotionally drawing. I think the color, the way that they set are really well executed. And I think that this artist has also a very thorough understanding of their practice and where they want their particular viewer to view their work at, even how they create vocal points for the natural eye line to be able to follow. There's also a strong interplay between the different forms. Some of these works are squares, some of those are rectangles, some of those are horizontal. So that's also a great thing to see, as well as like an artist that could go between different mediums while still keeping the same composition. Great work.
And what was your score, please?
I think I said 25 at the beginning. 25.
I didn't catch that if you did.
That was me. Sorry.
Thank
Too
you.
much. It's like the afternoon and coffee. I'm so used to being able to move around. I've not sat down for this long in so long.
Thank you, Barry. We'll take a break in just a few minutes here so we can stand up and stretch. But this is Tony again from, thank you, Barry. Barbara, over to you, please.
Okay, I agree with Barry. I thought this work was really intriguing and I liked the lusciousness of the paintings. I think it showed a lot of intense personal involvement and commitment and effort. There's also an exceptional use of the handling of the paint. However, I just didn't think that the intention was something that was of interest. The artist said that his intention or their intention was to open up and open up the process, open it up, but open it up to what? It was just a little bit unclear. And for that reason, I gave the applicant a 22 as my final score.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
This is Kim. I originally gave this applicant a score of 13. I'd like to raise the evidence of artistic impact 2 points to just make it 15, to make it more consistent with my other scores on this level. I like this work. I appreciated the statement, and I was curious, however, about going on the retreat and the residency, and when they said, like Barbara alluded to, opening it up, I think it would be interesting to see past work, to be able to see where this work has evolved, how this work is evolving, since that was important to them at this juncture in their career. So, and there's some pieces that really stand out for me and some not so much. But I do like the palette, the gestures, the kind of angst within this work.
Thank you, Kim. Any additional comments? This is Tony. Any additional comments or discussion?
That's a great point you brought up, Kim. It would be interesting to see where the work was before that. So thank you for sharing that. That's a really great point to think about.
I mean, just like maybe 1 or 2 pieces, since this is the new direction of the work.
For sure, for sure.
Excellent. Okay, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0040. If we could start with Barry, please.
This is Barry. I confirm my score of 25.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim, score of 15.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara, a score of 22.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0040 are Kim 15, Barry 25, and Barbara 22 for an average score of 20.7.
This is Tony. Thank you, Krista. We move to AFG 23-0042. Kim, please begin the scoring and review.
Okay. I really like this work overall. I feel that this technique is very interesting and original and very energetic. And it's, again, like Barbara was saying, in terms of scale, you really have to look at these, them as an enlargement to really see what's going on in these. I like the statement. I like the detail to describing the imagery and symbolism and references in each of the individual captions for the work, which I think is really important for work like this. So my overall score is 26.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application an overall score of 24. When you're doing pours, there's always like, there's so much that you can be able to control through pours of paint. So I like the use of that. One thing for me is that the artist referred to this work as kind of a blend between surrealism and nature. I don't necessarily, as a viewer, get a feel of it being over surreal. It does feel more nature-esque and more color pouring. So I think the work is great, and I'm interested to know, between the use of like paint and collage, like what was actually painted in some of these works and where the collage lies. So for that, I will give them a little bit of a push, because there is, there's a good interplay there.
Thank you, Barry. Over to Barb.
Okay, I gave this score, this is Barbara, I gave the score at 23. I thought the blending of the abstract and surrealism was an interesting concept, and I thought it was well executed. I think the choice of the pouring with the application of the collage worked well. And again, you really had to spend some time looking at these and seeing some of the detail that it was kind of hidden away. So I originally gave this score of, I think I said, 23, and I would like to raise it to 24. I'm done.
Thank you, Barbara. Additional discussions or comments from the panelists? All right, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0042. If we can start with Kim, please.
Hey, this is Kim, a final score of 26.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara, final score of 24.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry, final score of 24.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0042 are Kim 26, Barry 24, and Barbara 24 for an average of 24.7.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We move to AFG 23-0043. Barbara, if you will please begin the scoring and review.
Okay, I gave this score a 28. I think that the applicant excels in all areas of the review criteria. The intention and process are clearly developed. The consistency throughout the work is of high, excellent caliber. And the possibility of impact and bringing the community together, I think, is, obvious just by the intriguing nature of the compositions and the content. So 28 is my score for this applicant.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Hey, I agree with everything that Barbara said. I actually gave a score of 30 for this applicant. I feel that this is, it's incredibly strong, mature work. And I really appreciate the historical research that goes into each of these pieces. I also like the originality of the style. There is an expressionistic feel, but it is, you know, figurative and, you know, a kind of a realism, but there's kind of surreal. The palette is really interesting. It really, you know, I feel like the scale is really important, and it really lends itself for public art and murals. So a very strong body of work.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this artist an overall score of 25. It's a really strong body of work. I really love how they referred to their particular practice as a muralist, being interested in how things come into being. That really kind of, you know, really resonated with me as I was looking through this work. I think also from the work perspective, it's got this really strong narrative that, going back to the community view and the scale of it all, this work it's like a portal. It'll pull you in. And I think the really interesting thing about this also is that, like, there's so many discoveries to be made within this. Kim brought up the point about, like, there being moments of figurative work that, like, I feel like once you zoom in, you're like, oh, I did not know that was there. And then you can take a step back and take in the overall composition as well. It's a good body of work.
I want to add too, I really appreciate the artist's written statement. It was very detailed. It went over the research and history of each piece. And I really read these statements carefully. And so I think this type of work demands that. And so if other artists that are interested in producing work like this, I think this is very much a part of this practice, is to be able to discuss this work, talk about what's going on within it.
Thank you, Kim. Additional comments or thoughts from the group?
I have a little comment, but I don't know if it's appropriate. It's directed to Barry. Barry, I wanted to ask you, I thought your comments on this piece were spot on. And I thought they were a little bit more positive than some of the other applicants. So I'm wondering, I would have thought from what you said that your score would have been a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Can I say that?
Oh no, that's completely fine. That is completely fine. Yeah, I guess to that point, like, you know, I was actually just sitting here thinking about that as well. I think for me, the only thing that really made me score this artist a little bit lower is one of the pieces. There was like an approach to doing something in kind of grayscale. And I found that looking at the grayscale work in comparison to the other overall works is when we start to try to interplay between a lot of color and just toning it down, that I didn't know if that was a study or if that was like a potential, you know, larger work. So I think that brought my score down a little bit, but I was actually just going to say that based on the feedback that was given, that when we went to the next point, I was going to raise my score. So we're in line.
Okay, this is Tony. Krista will take us to the scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores for in round one for application AFG 23-0043. If we can start with Kim.
Hey, this is Kim. My overall score was 30.
Thank you. And Barbara?
My score was 28, but I'd like to change it to 29.
Thank you. And reasoning why?
The reason why is, again, I think on the community impact, I think it is the best that we've seen thus far. And I just, when I think back on all the other ones and the 3 questions that we were asked to score on, this one, you know, excelled in all 3 areas. And so I want to mark up the community impact to 10. So which would bring this to 29.
Thank you. And Barry?
I originally gave a score of 25, but I'm going to go ahead and push that up to a 28 based on a deeper exploration and explanation from my fellow panelists of the artist's works, the impact of it, and then always thinking about the final part of our artwork and the community and how they take it in as well.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0043 are Kim 30, Barry 28, and Barbara 29 for an average score of 29 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We'll proceed to AFG 230045. Barry, please begin the scoring and review.
I think that there's a light, I'm sorry, Barry here, score of 21. I think that there's a whimsical quality to the work here. I like the illustrative nature of it, using markers for the works, if that's what's being used on the work. And there's like a little bit of play here between like illustration and these different like creatures that are being made here. I think that, you know, the artist has got a ways to go and really trying to communicate what those elements are. And just thinking about like how they want to potentially scale these up to like murals and different bodies of works, and just snap judgment of what like a viewer is seeing whenever they see these works.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara. I gave this artist a score of 17. The work did show personal involvement and commitment and effort. However, the imagery and application style didn't successfully communicate the artist's stated intention. I also feel that the presentation, the way the work was photographed, did not do the artist any favor by having the clutter around the images. So I would also encourage the artist to take better reproduction images for submission. My final score was 17.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
This is Kim. I gave an overall score of 8. I'm going to raise evidence of impact in specific community genre of art 1 more point, so overall score of 9. You know, I think this is a very casual presentation, and these seem to be, you know, working out illustrative pieces, and I think this artist needs to develop this further. I think there's a lot of directions they can take this, definitely into a kind of commercial realm. There's lots of possibilities, but right now it seems like work in progress. And, you know, just the single characters to, you know, could these be part of a larger construct of creatures interacting? You know, there's kind of allusions to that with the first image. But I feel like this is just really work in progress.
Thank you, Kim. Additional comments, discussion from the panel. Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0045. If we can start with Barbara.
This is Barbara. My final combined score is 17.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim. My final score is 9.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. My final score is 21.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0045 are Kim 9, Barry 21, and Barbara 17 for an average score of 15.7.
Thank you, Krista. On to AFG 230046. Kim, please begin the scoring and review.
This is Kim. I gave an overall score of 16. I find this work very intriguing and original. I really like the palette. It's an odd palette. I think it's striking because of this. And there is somewhat of an inconsistency between some of the looser, more abstract work. And then there's a couple images towards the end that threw me off, that seemed to like, again, like kind of studies. And so I think they need to work on maybe editing this work and making sure that there's more consistency in what's presented.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application an overall score of 21. There are some really bright moments in these works. To the previous point, the artist is on to something in certain spaces. I really like the interplay between the figure and the negative aspect of the use of the figure. But then there are also works where that's just absent altogether, and it kind of throws me for a moment. But I do know that this artist is on to something, and I'd encourage them to continue down that path and really pull the meat of it all out.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara, and I gave this an overall score of 23. I think these quirky little mixed media pieces show a lot of promise. The juxtaposition of color and medium is very successful. However, I think the artist could benefit from investigating their intentions a little bit deeper. Also, I do want to just, as a constructive criticism, say, in terms of scale, the impact of these with an increased scale would be enormous. I think they're delightful, but they're little, and they beg to be larger, in my opinion. Final score, 23.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Additional comments from the panel. All right, Krista, please take us to scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0046. Barry, if we can start with you.
This is Barry confirming my score of 21.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara, 23.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim, score 16.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0046 are Kim 16, Barry 21, and Barbara 23 for an average score of 20 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We'll proceed to AFG 23-0047. Barbara, please begin the scoring and review.
All right, I gave this applicant a combined score of 17. Although there was personal involvement, that was demonstrated, I feel that these works lack originality. I think further study and practice would benefit the artist, and just continue to practice and develop the work and intention more. Final scores 17.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
This is Kim. I gave a final score of 9. I want to follow up with Barbara's comments, and I agree largely with those. There's the technique and style is very derivative of a certain type of way of depicting landscape. However, I do see some departures, which I think are very interesting in this work and have a lot of potential. There's a red one where it's pretty much just abstracted, almost like they went over something, and another one. And I want to encourage them to move forward if that is kind of intuitively where they're going with the work, and move away from work that is very stylistically similar to kind of historic pastel and landscape.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application a combined score of sorry about that, 21. I think that, to my other panelist's point, like there's some good moments here. This work does need to find itself. There's are moments here, but like there's not a consistent through line. They do understand how to, from a technical perspective, develop the work. I like the style of it, but I would like to see it applied to their own particular exploration as they find it. And to the point that Kim made with a couple of the works, I would encourage them to go down that as well, as those works seem to jump off the screen at me. So I think that they're on something if they continue to explore that narrative, if that's the direction they're going.
Yeah, I'd like to add that the applicant said, they pastels come from heaven.
Mhm.
I really encourage any artist that is in love with the medium, which I totally understand, is saying, okay, this is the medium I love. What is the message that I want to say with this medium, or what is it that I want to do with this medium? Because I think the love for the medium is clear, and I would really encourage this artist to say, okay, deep down, what is it I want to say with it? Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Barbara. Additional comments or discussion from the group? Okay, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application 23-0047. Kim, if we could start with you, please.
This is Kim. My final score was 9.
Thank you. Barry?
This is Barry. My final score is 21.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara with a score of 17.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0047R. Kim 9, Barry 21, and Barbara 17 for an average score of 15.7.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. It is 1:40 now. Would the panel prefer a 10-minute break or a 5-minute break?
I'm good with 5. What do y'all think?
Yeah,
5
5
minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We will convene at 1:45.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, welcome back. It is 1:46. And we will proceed to AFG 230050. Barry, please begin the scoring and review.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Okay, yes. Where's my score at for this? I gave this work an overall score of 24. I think from a public perspective, the work is there. I love the use of color. I love the work and the setup. I love the explanation of the geometric quality of the work and the inner explanation and development of like the urban generation of it. I think that there are moments where from a viewer will be exciting, but also sorry, that's my dog. There's also moments where I wonder if the artist could, show a little bit more in the way of this particular style. It's not overly repetitive to where I get lost in it, but there's like this small installation piece that I was like, oh, this is a really great way to be able to see this work in a new format. And I would just like to see more of that.
Excellent. Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara. I gave this applicant a combined score of 24. I thought that the strongly pigmented geometric abstractions were clearly demonstrated the artist's intent. This is interesting to me because this is where, as panelists, I can't say this is my cup of tea at all, but I can recognize the quality of the work. I can recognize that the artist met their intention, and I think it would be impactful in the community as well. And and the consistency of obviously the work is there. And that might be my point of criticism. It might be a little bit too tightly stylized. But again, that might just be, a subjective comment on my part. And so final score is 24.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Okay, this is Kim. I originally gave a score of 17. I'm going to lift that to 18. I agree with the other panelists. This work is very professional and scaled for, and it's obviously public art, and it is very effective in that realm. I think what I struggle with is where this work can evolve and move forward. That's the thing that I'm also looking at the work too, is the potential for the artist to grow creatively, conceptually. And I feel like there's a kind of static quality to this work. And, so I urge the artist to, think maybe very differently about the next body of work they're doing. They seem to have a formula, and I think it's easy to get stuck in that as artists and not challenge ourselves.
Thank you, Kim. Additional discussion from the team.
You all both brought up how it might work in a public format. Could you explain more of like what, to this point makes this work? Like, what doesn't it do from a studio or a gallery perspective that where it will work at in a public context, public art, mural capacity?
I can address it. It looks, because it looks like the work, there's a couple installation images, and I'm assuming that much of the work is done as public art, mural type work. And so, I think it equally works as paintings in a gallery in that kind of capacity. For me, I'm more excited about the work being in a public space. the energy, and rather than, within the salon, so that's actually more positive for me for this work to be. If it was only exclusively done for a gallery, setting or museum, I would say, please get this out in the public.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was a balcony or how that mural-like thing was photographed, but it looks to me like maybe the painting was done on, I'm talking about the last one that appeared like a mural. So you have the background of the strip there, and then you've got the painting in the foreground, and it looks like, it would be a giant a billboard or something, but it's not. And that's where you can see how it would work, outside, because of the clever way that this artist put it there. You guys all see that on the last?
Yeah, that's what I was bringing up earlier as well, from an installation capacity, that like it works in new and dynamic ways. I don't know if this is a vinyl print or a print on the glass, and the interplay there. I was just looking to just get some more understanding as like, because I think as artists and post the pandemic, a lot of visual artists are now given opportunities to make more public art. There's like this renewed sense of public art. And I think that sometimes artists can succeed in the studio. And some artists are particularly just specific for mural work. And we had talked about a previous artist where, that work works so well in a large and small capacity. So when this work came up, I just wanted to make the note on that as well.
Yeah, I want to follow up too. These are very architectural. And so I see them within architectural spaces, and not just like, I could see these on all four walls and interacting, or spaces, that excites me in getting out of the rectangle, so I feel like that's really confining the work like this. And so I think this needs to be installative and needs to be mural public art.
And it's great feedback.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments? All right, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0050. Barry, if I can get yours first, please.
This is Barry. I'm confirming my score of 24.
Thank you. And Kim?
Kim, confirming my score of 18.
Thank you. And Barbara?
Barbara confirming at 24.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0050 are Kim 18, Barry 24, and Barbara 24, for an average score of 22 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We move to AFG 23-0056. Kim, please begin the scoring and review.
We've got 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1.
My apologies. We will begin with AFG 23-0051. Running ahead.
Okay, this is Kim. I gave this work an overall score of 13. I do find the work intriguing. I feel like it is somewhat, it's all over the place. I think it needs focus. And there's several different kind of illustrative techniques. So I feel like the artist may still be finding their, creative voice, and I encourage them to do so. But there is some really interesting things going on. I'm more interested in kind of the looser pieces. There's one that looks like it's almost like on doodles on notebook paper. I found that really intriguing. And so there's more abstraction. So the ones that I was leaning to, but we have some kind of graphic novel approaches, and, maybe there's far more like kind of illustrative, but there's a lot of potential in the work.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this artist an overall score of 21. They open it up while saying that many people think of things that they shouldn't be thinking of. And I look at the work and I wonder where that's represented at. So there's some good moments in the work, but also there's a high differentiation of work that's being done as well. So I'm trying to find the overall narrative of it all. And there are great moments. There are a couple pieces here where I see the interplay between it feeling like it was done on notebook paper, combined with painting, combined with negative space. Like there's bright moments there. And I'd encourage them to do a little bit more of that because I think they're onto something.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
This is Barbara. I gave a score of 21, and I agree with both the previous panelists that these show a lot of potential in my thinking. The artist is capable in using the medium, both, drawing, painting, and collage, mixed media. And I find compositionally, they are very strong. They're refreshingly strong from, some of what we've seen before. And I would encourage the artist to do exactly what the other panelists said, is to hone in and dig deeper into this. I don't know if the artist called it taboo or thinking something that you're not supposed to be thinking of, but to bring that concept to a visual 2D format, I think is it's a very intriguing intention, and I encourage them. And yeah, and that's it. So I gave 21.
Thank you, Barbara. Additional comments from the group? Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0051. Kim, if we could start with you, please.
This is Kim, a score of 13 overall.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry confirming my score of 21.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara with a score of 21.
Thank you. Final scores in round 1 for application 0051 are Kim 13, Barry 21, and Barbara 21 for an average score of 18.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We'll move to AFG 23-0056. Barbara, please begin the scoring and review.
Okay, I want to make a comment too. When we do the scoring, my screen gets completely covered, which makes me have to get to the next image or the next applicant a little slow. Is there a way that we can bring up the score but not fill up my whole screen? Do you guys understand what I'm saying?
You can minimize the Zoom screen into a different window and then open up your browser. So you minimize it in the yellow dot in the upper left-hand corner. And
Oh,
so,
okay, and that's there on that screen. Okay, thank you.
so you would need to have multiple windows open.
Okay.
Work. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so getting down here. Oh, okay. So this is number 56, and I gave an overall score of 21. The artist demonstrates a serious commitment to the painting practice. They've got a skilled use of color, and application throughout is very evident from the samples. My reservation, again, is not with the material. However, it is with the predictability of the imagery. And I would encourage a deeper investigation between realism and abstraction, because I feel like we're still very realistic in these samples. But clearly a good use of handling of the paint. So I would encourage the artist to go deeper. The example they showed, the most abstract one, that still is just slightly abstract, you know, so that's my comment, and 21 was my score.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony, over to Kim.
Okay, we are on number 56, correct?
This is Tony, that's correct.
Okay.
Oh, what am I doing? Okay, hold on a second. We're on 56, correct. Everything's fine. Okay.
Yeah,
just
your
checking.
feedback was right for that.
Okay. Yeah, this is Kim. I gave an overall score of 13. I mean, this artist shows a mastery of technique in terms of the type of work and the genre they're doing, but it is not particularly original in terms of the subject matters. And I think they have a strong technique. And I wonder, like, I posed a question. I said, you know, if you're able to break away, like I love some of these landscapes, and break away and think about how is climate change affecting the world around us, and how can you have that manifest within your work? So I want to challenge some of the artists that I've been talking about, that they have a strong technique, but they need to bring it to a more contemporary focus. And I think this is a good example for that.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony, over to Barry.
This is Barry. Oh, sorry, my screen. I thought that this artist did an amazing job at being able to execute on a painting. I gave it an overall score of 23. But again, like I don't like the use of the word predictable as it refers to the work, but there is it lacks a certain amount of dynamic range. But I think that that's an easy thing to be able to make up for as that artist will continue their journey, because like they already understand everything from a composition, light, hue, saturation perspective. But when they figure out how to remove themselves from the technical mastery of it all and just really get lost in their practice, I think that they have some real heights that they can achieve within their work.
This is Tony. Thank you, Barry. Additional comments from the panel? Okay, Krista, please take us to scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0056. Barbara, if we can start with you, please.
My final score, this is Barbara, was 21.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim. My final score was 13.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. My final score is 23.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0056 are Kim 13, Barry 23, and Barbara 21 for an average score of 19 even.
Thank you, Krista. Moving on to AFG 23-0059. Barry, please begin the scoring and review.
This is Barry. I gave this application an overall score of 21. I think that there are really intimate moments that exist across this work. I love the use of photos. There's kind of this like touch in between it's got kind of a Tim Burton kind of feel to it. It feels light while also gives this presence of making me feel there. But there's also a little bit too much of real life that exists for me. And just looking at the works and explanation of it, I want to be able to really see more and understand, like, just kind of take a deeper step into the work and where it's going.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony, over to Barbara.
Okay, so I gave this panel, this applicant a score of 19. These photographs show that the photographer has an enduring connection to the subject matter, which was consistent throughout. The metadata of these samples was incomplete and did not show the size of the photographs. Scale is critical when reviewing any artwork. That set aside, I did find myself Googling the city of Sparks. The intention of the artist came through. But again, I have to, scale to me is really critical, and especially when you're reviewing work on a screen. I mean, hopefully we're looking at it on the largest screen possible, but in order to get this work to really come alive, you sometimes need to blow it up to 100%. And if I don't have the scales, I don't really know. Okay, so final score of 19.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Hey, this is Kim. As a photographer that photographs the world around us, I am really interested in this type of project. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement, but I think this is a really interesting project in terms of the statement. I was really intrigued by their intent, but I don't see their intent manifesting in the photographs. But I think there is potential for that, because I can see their photographic eye and, hints of what is possible. So I wanted to say that, time of day, not that we want to overly romanticize landscapes and images, but there needs to be maybe some mystery in these. And so I wonder what these scenes would look like as night photography. And I think there's, interesting symbolism. I can see like the flag and words and things, and continue to go with that, to continue to find those subtle symbols within the spaces that they're photographing. But I feel that the time of day is just not working for this imagery. And so I think keep exploring, keep pushing yourself, and maybe try some things where you get a more dramatic time of day. And also I want to encourage them, you're talking about, a small town and identifying with this. What about the people? What about incorporating street scenes and architecture and also the people that live there? So take it further.
Thank you, Kim. And additional questions or thoughts from the group?
Real quick, I didn't hear a score from you, Kim.
My score was 11.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a comment to not knowing where Sparks was, and I told you guys I looked it up, and I want to just say that I disagree with Kim's talking about the daytime. I felt the heat, I felt the temperature of the city, and I think that was one of the things that made his love for this little town come across, that you kind of felt you were in the desert in this little town. And I like the use of that the cars and the people were in the distance, and they were just kind of, like the Volkswagen being used on several occasions, and then the people just being so anonymous. And I just got a real feel of how they felt about their town. And so I think I was perfectly okay with the daytime aspect of it.
Just adding more color to that. Yeah, I think from the way that the photo series reads, the daytime makes perfect sense for that. But it would be also interesting to see what those images look like from a different dynamic layer as well, because now it's like the really interesting thing about these pieces is like the blueness of the sky. That's why we kind of refer to it as like these Tim Burton kind of feels of it. I think of the particular setup of how everything was shot in Edward Scissorhands. It was very blue, it's got that, and since it's there, it creates this mystique with how it kind of pushes down the colors of the establishments around it. But it would be interesting to see what that would look like from a new view. And I think to that point, it kind of showcases that the artist is onto something.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
The other thing I want to point out is consideration for, when, the decisive moment and exploring that idea in photography, because I think that these are very static images, but if you do have people or moving objects within them and how those are placed within the composition, that's very important. So I think that's a good thing to explore as well with this body of work.
Thank you all. This is Tony. Any last comments? All right, Krista, please take us to scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0059. Barbara, if we can start with you.
I had a final score of 19.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. I had a final score of 23.
23.
21, sorry.
Okay. And Kim?
This is Kim, final score of 11.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0059 are Kim 11, Barry 21, and Barbara 19 for an average score of 17 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We'll move on to AFG 23-0061. Kim, please begin the scoring and review.
Okay, I gave an overall score of 19. This is Kim for this applicant. I find some really interesting pieces within the group and interesting directions. There's 2 portraits of 2 male figures. They're in a more traditional kind of style, and perhaps that's kind of where they started. So I can see there's a real command of painting technique and mastery, but I also see a very divergent style in the one that's next to it, with kind of the woman looks like maybe Day of the Dead portrayed. And so I'm trying to find out what exactly, where this person's creative voice is, and it looks like they're still really exploring, but they are on to some really good things. So some of them seem to be, portrait studies. There's the ones that are very loose and colorful and have lots of gestural technique. I also really like those, and I'm actually more intrigued with those over those more traditional portrait paintings, which are very resolved, but I think it's a much more original direction.
Thank you.
And the score was 19.
19, thank you. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application an overall score of 22. I think from a compositional perspective, the work is there, the narrative is there. I think that the artist, to the point that was just made, I think that there's like a sense of wanting to do more with color, but there are also moments where I feel like the color and the figure are battling, which is probably why we see more works with a minimal amount of color. Color is one of those things that used the right way can tell its own story outside of everything else that it surrounds and embodies. So I see that they're onto something, and I think with a little bit more refinement, this artist's work will go a ways.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barb.
Okay, this is Barbara, and I gave a score of 23. The works show an upward trajectory of a maturing artist. However, looking at the body of work, it felt still like student work, like the subject matters were, almost like from an assignment or something. And I recognized the characters, and it just gave me this feeling that the work, although it is developing, and it is developing strongly, that's why I gave it a high score, I still feel that the artist has got to break away from kind of traditional subject matter and find the figures that the artist wants to paint, and then put them in the setting and have much more control over what we're looking at, rather than, you know, recognizing maybe an album cover or a you know, a photograph or something. So I really want to encourage this artist to develop their own unique voice. I gave a final score of 23.
I just want to say, I think that's an excellent response. I did feel that the work, it seemed like it could have been students' assignments in that. And I think it's really important when we move our work into the professional realm that we start to edit and sequence things properly. And so I think, you know, there could be some really strong work that, you know, but it doesn't really have your personal voice. And so start, you know, this, you do have potential, keep moving forward, but you know, you're going to have to start editing that work so it's stronger and more concise.
This is Tony. Additional comments? All right, thank you. Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0061. If we can start with you, Kim.
This is Kim. I had a total score of 19.
Thank you. And Barry.
This is Barry. I had a total score of 22.
Thank you. And Barbara.
I had a total score of 20.
Would you say that again? It cut out a little.
This is Barbara. I had a total score of 23.
Thank you very much. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0061R. Kim 19, Barry 22, and Barbara 23 for an average score of 21.3.
Thank you, Krista. We'll move to AFG 23-0062. Barbara, please begin the scoring and review.
Okay, I gave this applicant a score of 25. I found this work very interesting. It's going to be interesting to talk about. It showed incredible skill, and it showed a lot of personal involvement. I found the imagery to be interesting as well, but I felt like the technique overshadowed the content, which I feel the content needs to be elevated. All the elements are exceptional work, which is already present. I just feel that the message needs to somehow be realized a little bit better. And I thought about, you know, who am I to say how to do this? But then I thought, well, maybe in order to realize the intention more is to perhaps, you know, rather than on colored paper, maybe on photographs or other forms of paper or something. But these were really intriguing to look at, and I really think they showed a lot of skill, and I would encourage this artist to continue and to find a more, you know, balance the message a little bit more with this, you know, dynamic medium. I gave the artist 25 points.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
This is Kim. Excuse me. I gave an overall score of 22. I want to reiterate this: the skill in this work is very perfected. I find them very interesting to look at. I was relating the statement and all the different imagery that is part of that. I would say, Barbara, in terms of how to, because it's so dense, that, you know, a statement with this work posted is very important, and I think it can lend to educational aspect. So these things, you know, they look like they are actual, you know, the paper, but I was thinking how if we scaled these very large and use these as templates for public artwork, metal work and things like that, which is very possible. And I see a lot of potential for this work as public art sculpture. And I also like it too, because it is reflecting the Nevada's natural environment. And I've been looking at these submissions and also looking at work that is specific about Nevada and people, culture, and environment. And so I want to say that was something that resonated with me with this work.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
Sorry, that's my rooster. This is Barry. I gave this application a 30. I think that this work is absolutely superb. I will explain why, especially because I've just been keeping track where we've kind of ranked everyone else at. I think whenever we talk about this whole notion of like how the work works on multiple mediums, it's very imperative here. The explanation of the work is fully there. To Kim's point, it makes up the landscape of Nevada. So it's got that place at home. The work works in that it's really interesting. They refer to them as drawings. And then when they talk about the work deeper, more of it cut paper. So even understanding the use of the negative space of the work works exceptionally well. It can work in black and white. It can work in white on white. It can work with color. It can work in a circular form. It can work in a rectangular form. And there's also a work whenever it's not on paper at all. And it seems like it could be, it maybe could be a 3D print, or I don't know what that is. So to Kim's point, I also look at it from a public artwork perspective. There's also, you can pull out and you can look at the work from afar and it's captivating. And as you get closer, the work is even more captivating. I think this is an artist realized and that this work is superb.
Thank you, Barry. Any further discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to raise my score 2 additional points. So I believe that's going to be.
Oh, we can do that in just a moment when we do final scoring.
Okay. Yeah. And just to speak further, I was thinking too that I want to suggest that the artists consider also, that we have this negative space that's been kind of colorized, but what happens if this is in a public space and you're considering the Nevada landscape of Nevada, through it, or how people are walking through and they become part, and so I think there's a lot of potential for that negative space, to be incorporated with this. If these things are done in a way where, you could walk behind them, if they were hanging rather than just being attached to the wall, which it seems like, the way they're very fragile, of course, but so consider those suggestions.
And with the third point of what we're scoring on is impact the community and genre. And these clearly would impact the genre. I mean, just to push this type of medium forward, I think the artist has done a very good job. So there we go. That's.
Thank you all. This is Tony. Krista, we'll move on to scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0062. If we could start with Barry.
This is Barry confirming my score of 30.
Thank you. And Kim?
I'm raising the evidence of artistic impact 2 points. So my final score will be 24.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara, and I'm sticking with 25 for my final score.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0062 Kim 24, Barry 30, and Barbara 25 for an average score of 26.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We'll move to AFG 23-0064. Barry, please begin the scoring and review.
This is Barry. My score for this application is 22. I like that the artist approaches these, kind of restorative methods of photos and then takes a new take on them by creating new narratives with it and just kind of showing it from different perspectives as evidenced through the work. I also like this kind of intentional feeling of it to kind of play in between the collage. You don't know if it's a painting, you don't know if it's purely like cut out, and then the reduction of it is really interesting for me as well. I think this artist is really great with their manipulation of content, and I look forward to seeing more of their work.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Yeah, this is Barbara. I gave this applicant a score of 29. I thought these photographs were very intriguing and refreshing, and just wanted further and further engagement with them. I think they would be realized well in the community, have community impact. There's nothing really that I can say that I don't like about these. I just thought they were extremely engaging and compelling imagery. So 29 is my score.
Thank you, Barbara. Over to Kim.
Okay, I have a very different perspective on this body of work. I gave an overall score of 7. I'm not understanding how the artist is making their own mark in these images. I see them as technically strong in terms of the retouch technique that they're doing, but I'm not finding anything new. And I found the collection of portfolio items troubling. It was very some redundancy. There was, descriptions of the work, and it just felt like it was all over the place.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over. Oh, let's see. That's our full group. Additional comments.
Yeah, I would like to comment just that I found the different viewpoints, like the night and the day, and just the way that the photographs, what they chose to keep black and white or sepia, and what they chose to color. I thought it was it gave a very predictable look, a very fresh look. And that's what I thought was most intriguing about it. I think that initially you might look at it and just go, oh, seen that 1,000 times, but then there's something about it that makes you kind of look deeper. And that's why I, gave it the score I gave it. I also feel that the first one, I think, of the artist's mother, I really like the progression of having the 3 images together and changing the color in a triptych form like that. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say too.
I just want to say, I feel like that body of work can be far more conceptually broadened. And I think there are seeds of that within it, but I'm not seeing it in the selected portfolio.
This is Tony. Thank you for the comments. Krista, if you can take us to scoring. And Krista, you're muted.
Yes, I was. This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0064. Kim, if we could start with you.
This is Kim, final score of 7.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. Whoa, sorry about that. Final score of 22.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara. After consideration and hearing what my fellow panelists said, I will take down my score 1 point to 28 in the terms of intention and process brought it down 1 point.
Thank you. Final panel scores for round 1 for application 0064R, Kim 7, Barry 22, and Barbara 28 for an average score of 19 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We'll move to AFG 230065. Kim, please begin the scoring and review.
Okay, this is Kim. I gave a final score of 9 for this body of work. I find the subject interesting, and focusing on the pandemic and the world around us and trying to make sense of that. So I think this is a great type of subject to explore with photography and street photography. But I felt that the overall composition of these images, the time that they were taught, it was very just, this is the thing. There was not any kind of nuance to the work. It seemed to be more about what we're trying to read. And I don't think there was much consideration for, say, these printed posters that they were photographing, what was around it. And so I encourage this artist to really think about the entire photographic image and think about very carefully what belongs in the frame and what belongs out of the frame, and to think about how your foreground works and reacts with the background. So I think there's, I find that intellectually, this is, an intriguing subject. I encourage them to keep continuing to explore, but this, the technique and the way they're presented, I just couldn't really get past that.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application an overall score of 19. I think that, just simply put, I think that these photos could have been stylized a little bit better. There, to Kim's point, does need to be consideration of the composition and frame used. Also, just picking an overall artistic style whenever it comes to editing photos. I think that in terms of finding the narrative and the point of practice that they want to explore, they've done that, which is great. And now just comes, how do you be able to communicate that story through your work? I think they're onto it, but it just needs some more refinement.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara. I gave the applicant a score of 20, and I agree with the other two panelists, pretty much reading right off of my notes. I felt like the images that were the strongest were the ones that were images, and not just text that we were going to read. So I think that it was really heavy on getting the point across by just reading a poster outside of a window or wherever it happened to be. But I did find the empty shelves and even the Santa and the woman, I found those to hit the point of what the artist, I think, was trying to talk about during COVID. And yeah, so again, just matching the message with the medium would be, I would encourage this artist to very much continue trying to give a visual language to what they feel, and not rely on that to be just read. Okay, so final score is 20.
Thank you, Barbara. Additional comments? Okay, Krista, please take us to scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0065. If we could start with Kim, please.
This is Kim, a final score of 9.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry confirming my score of 19.
Thank you. And Barbara.
Yeah, I'd like to lower my score to 19 as well.
And reasoning, please.
Reasoning being everything that we just talked about.
That's fine. You don't have to go too far to that, unless you want to.
Well, I just think, that the work needs to mature, in a nutshell. Yeah.
Okay. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0065R, Kim 9, Barry 19, and Barbara 19 for an average score of 15.7.
Thank you, Krista. AFG 230066. Barbara, please begin the scoring and review when you're ready.
Okay. For this applicant, I gave a final score of 19. I thought the effort and commitment and technical skill are all demonstrated, but I feel strongly that it lacked any originality. I think further scrutiny of practice and bringing out an individual voice, a unique voice, would help this artist realize their intent. Final score of 19.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
This is Kim. I gave a final score of 11. Barbara really said well how I feel about this work. I think that the artist, shows promise, and I like the fact too. It seems like they are exploring less figurative into more abstract areas, and I encourage them to do that as well. But it lacks originality for me.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this artist a score of 24. I'd like to point out the reason why I gave them a little bit higher of a score is twofold. One, that like from a technical perspective of the paintings, they can do that well. These paintings are great paintings. They're not incredibly dynamic paintings, but also to that point, they made the point about how they're painting off of photographic references that their father took, which is really interesting. So there might be a bit of nostalgia in how those photos were set up, which is why they come across the way that they do. They also made the point about wanting to become an artist as fast as they can, as quick as they can. And sometimes with that, that's a lifelong process of just sticking to the practice and just really letting your inner artist come out as you develop more of your work. So I think that there's a lot of promise for this artist. They know how to paint. Now it's just figuring out the what of it all.
Yes, and the what of it all is a big part.
Oh yes, for sure. For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Additional comments? Okay, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0066. If we could start with Barbara, please.
My final score was 19. This is Barbara.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. My final score is 24.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim. Final score is 11.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0066 are Kim 11, Barry 24, and Barbara 19 for an average score of 18 even.
Thanks, Krista. We'll move to AFG 230068. Barry, please begin when you are ready.
This is Barry. I gave this score overall score of 22. I like the minimal construction of these works, and along with the construction of the works, there is a duality between that and the use of words and the explanation of the practice. So I think that all aligns. My only drawback was the way that the work was showcased from the portfolio perspective. Some of it lacked in its present in sense of its presentation. But I think that this artist has a really great way of creating site-specific installations. So when I think about the community aspect of it, I think about the education while also being able to create work that's thought-provoking. I think this artist is really onto something.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara. I gave a score of 22. I thought the intent of the project is both thought-provoking and relevant. I thought that that there was some difficulty in that the samples could not communicate the depth and content of the project. So even though it was there, it wasn't there as much as I think the artist wanted it to be there. So better sample to get a clear perspective of the project, I think would be good. So yeah, everything is a go except for the presentation. And I really have to say that the work lending itself to these various presentations is good. And so what's just lacking is the way that the live projects were presented to us visually. Maybe video would have been a better way to do it. I don't know. Okay, so 22 is my final score.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Okay, I originally had a score of 30 for this artist, but I'm going to knock it down 29 after listening to Barbara, because I do feel, and I think this is inherent to this particular type of social public practice work, it is hard to document. And so I'm going to mark it down 1 point, but I am very interested in this work. This is the type of work I am interested in general. I think it has a lot of potential. I think that, you know, in terms of working with the public and working with timely issues. And, you know, I see this intellectual rigor that I find really exciting in this work. So the statement is very, very helpful. I think that they've taken some, you know, rather than play it safe, they're presenting some new ideas in this work. And I want to congratulate them for doing that, because in the, you know, past I've talked about having a consistent body of work, but this is inherently very eclectic. But I think it gives us insight into the mind of this artist and where they are going with this. And so I agree with Barbara. I think they do need to work on the presentation of the work, but I think that there's so much possibilities in terms of how this artist is, you know, can be influenced within not even a specific community, but the larger community, and especially the genre of new media and public practice.
Big 30, let's go. Nice.
Excellent. Okay, any additional comments? Hey, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0068. Barry, if we can start with you, please.
This is Barry. Everything that's said has made me raise my score from a 22 to a 25.
Thank you. And Barbara?
I was just looking at my notes too. Yes, and I'm going to raise my score from a 22 to a 24.
Thank you. And Kim?
And I'm going to, you know, I dropped at 1 point because I do think that the presentation of the work can be stronger. Documentation needs to be addressed.
29 is your confirmed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0068R, Kim 29, Barry 25, and Barbara 24, for an average score of 26 even.
Thank you, Krista. AFG 23-0069. And Kim, when you are ready, please begin the scoring and review.
Just give me 1 second. And I had a final score of 26 for this applicant. This is Kim. I find this work really intriguing. I spent a lot of time looking at it. I'm interested in the kind of technique that they're working with, the subject matter, and also the fact that it's dealing with what's around them in terms of localizing the work. And so, yes, so 26 overall.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony, over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application, overall score of 21. I love how the work sets together. I feel like this work has a little bit more ways to travel. I think the artist is clearly onto something, and there's this explanation of all the works originating as a document and looking at that statement and then looking at the work and further reading into it. I think that this work has a little ways to travel, but it is exciting. And at times there tends to be a slight clash in between exposures. So I'd want to see this work come a little bit ways further.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony, over to Barbara.
Okay, so I gave this applicant a score of 26. I found the work visually very interesting and captivating. I think the artist has a clear developed aesthetic. The originality of the work invites a deeper, more contemplative experience that lingers beyond the first impression. And it was just refreshing to see how they, put together these mediums to work together so well, and to really want to make you look at it. And I always say, this is a visual language, and this is something that I want to learn about with this particular artist, is more of his language, their language, excuse me. Yep, so final score is 26.
Thank you, Barbara. Additional comments? Okay, Krista, you're up.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0069. If we could start with Barbara, please.
I have a final score of 26.
Thank you. And Barry?
Based on my panelists' feedback and learning more from their purview, I'm going to raise my score from a 21 to a 23.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim, a final score of 26.
Thank you. Final scores in round 1 for application 0069 are Kim 26, Barry 23, and Barbara 26, for an average of 25 even.
Thank you, Krista. AFG 230071. And Barbara, when you're ready, please begin the scoring and review.
Okay, I have a final score of 23. I thought that this work was, it just made me want to look at it closer and give it a really slow examination. And the whole slow burn thing really came through for me. I thought the artist's intention was fully realized. I think there could be a further development of a unique voice with these as well. Somehow to let us know that this is this particular artist's vision of this particular slow burn. So I gave a final score of 23.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony, over to Kim.
Okay, this is Kim. I gave a final score of 12. I do feel this documentation of the subject is very timely and extremely important. but looking at the formal aspects of the photographs, I'm not feeling that it is actually bringing anything new to the subject. And I think that they need to explore a less literal approach. You know, in certain ways, this type of work is better heightened with, I would say, a more pictorial, heightened response. There's a couple images that it seems like the background, the sky is not really, it's just there. And so when you're doing this type of work, I think you have to really return to this subject and find the right time of day to make these images really come together. There's a couple here that seem to do that. There's a silhouetted with smoke in the background of trees, very nice. There's a very, smoke-filled sky that's overwhelmed with just a singular focused central element I find very strong. But then the other ones just feel like they're lacking that. So I feel like continue with the subject, but I think that they have to take a more dramatic approach to subject and have to kind of think out of the box for it as well, less literal.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony, over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this applicant an overall score of 23. From the perspective of photography, I think that these are very exciting photos. They're very well executed. I think we've been having this recurring conversation about landscapes and the importance of being able to capture them from different angles to be able to communicate different stories, different feelings. I think they successfully did that. I do think, as I'm listening to Kim speak, the time of day really plays a critical role, and proximity for some of these as well, particularly around the whole notion of slow burn. Some of these feel like these are post-fire. Some of these feel like landscape photography shot from different angles. So I'd encourage them to, become a little bit more intimate with the images that they're trying to communicate, but very well done photography.
I also want to say that I think it's important to reflect on historically on work and also contemporary work that's done in this particular subject or environment or environmental devastation. So that is another thing that all of these artists, like whatever you're working on, be sure that you're looking at the world of contemporary art and you're looking at precedents that are set to see, and what is your place within this realm.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Barry. Barbara, any additional comments?
No, I thought the comments were consistent with my thoughts as well. I look back on some of those images and there was a beginning where I could see an aesthetic come through more. And I thought, rather than just standing back and documenting, to just get up closer to capture the way that the artist felt about the slow burn rather than just the way it looked. And I think I agree with Kim, that one photograph with the, kind of the trees in the midnight kind of blue late afternoon, that was really a haunting image. And that had one look to it, where the one in the close-up of the stump had a whole another image and feel to it. And my sense is that somehow, just to get the aesthetic to be a little bit more universal, then would, kind of reinforce what the artist is trying to say, which I think is important. And the point that Kim made also about knowing what else is out there is really important with the different genres. And that's the one place where I feel that, I'm a painter and I look at photography, but not as much as I do at painting. So I do, listen to what the other panelists have to say. I listen to that very carefully when it comes to the photography. That's all.
Thank you. All right, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0071. If we could start with Barry, please.
This is Barry confirming my score of 23.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara confirming at 23.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim confirming a score of 12.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0071R. Kim 12, Barry 23, and Barbara 23 for an average of 19.3.
Thank you, Krista. AFG 230072. And Barry, when you're ready, please begin the scoring and review.
This is Barry. I gave this overall applicant a score of 21. As a painter, I think that they're ambitious. They've spoken about wanting to do a solo show every year from the start of age 19. I think they're about 7 years into it now. I think for me, what's really missing is the technical chops of being able to create a painting is there. I just think the overall continual narrative of it all isn't necessarily there. There's some pop cultural elements to it. There's some bright moments, but I think also I want to see them in the work. And sometimes whenever you tell yourself that I want to be able to create an exhibition every year, that could really kind of confine you from going from one thing to the next instead of really being able to sit down and dig into your studio practice and kind of figure out what it is that you're trying to say through your paintings. There's really great moments of paintings that happen here, but I really want to see like a consistent series.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara. I gave this artist a score of 22. I agree with a lot of the things that Barry just said. Mostly, I liked the way the artist's culture came into the work. And so I thought there was consistency there. However, I didn't think there was consistency in the actual work itself, the way the process was delivered. So this time, I think it's the medium that is inconsistent. The message and the ambition of having these shows, these consecutive shows, I think is good. I could take any one of these and say, yeah, push this one, push this one.
Exactly.
I think they all had a lot to say for them. Did something happen?
Oh no, I was just agreeing. I was saying exactly that part.
Yeah. I didn't know if it was my cat. Okay, so a final score of 22.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Okay, so we're on 72, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I got a little ahead of myself. I have a final score of 9. Although, this work, there's some really nice pieces within this. I thought it was very eclectic body of work, and my suspicion is perhaps it's student assignments. And again, it's very important to develop a body of work that has some kind of consistency, even though we want to show our evolution in that. So I think there's a couple items in here that made, you can remove these. But yeah, and I think there's some really nice directions, but there's too many directions. So I think you need to focus this work.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Any additional discussion? All right, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0072. If we could start with Barbara, please.
My final score is 22.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim. My final score is 9.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. My final score is 21.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0072R. Kim 9, Barry 21, and Barbara 22 for an average score of 17.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. It's 3 o'clock. We will go ahead and take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 3:05. Thank you.
Mhm.
I literally cannot remember how the last time I've sat down for this long. It's crazy.
It's the reason I have a stand-up desk, because I can
Yes.
go back and forth.
Yeah. That very reason.
My watch has been telling me to stand as well, so I'm trying to get that in, yes.
Yeah, mine too. Mine too.
And this is why I love my stand-up desk.
All right, we will reconvene here. It is 3:06. And we will begin with AFG 230073. And let me see here. Barry, go ahead and begin, please.
Yep. 0073, Barry here. I gave this artist an overall score of 27. I think that from the explanation of the work and the work itself, there is a high amount of focus paid on the work, as well as there's something really dynamic about these works. I like, whenever we look at like figurative work, we tend to think about like the subject, the hallmark, the centerpiece of it, and like what story is it telling. And it's very clear that these works are challenging notions on like, a point was made earlier about feminism and like the approach to that. And I think that these works are serving as the right way to approach a lot of these historical ideologies that were placed around feminism and looks at them from a new view. Also, there's a consistent color palette across the works. They're dynamic and they're interesting. I think that they just, I don't know, they want me to, they call for me to want to know more about the artist and the exploration of it.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, I gave this applicant a score of 27 as well. I found the work to be powerful. It was provocative. I think the artist was successful in balancing message and media. I really liked that when it came to her work description, she said NA. They said NA, excuse me, because it really didn't need any more description. It visually said it all, which I thought was good. So yeah, I think the aging and raging comment, I think the artist is really showing clearly her intention in this work. So I gave it a 27.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with both of the panelists. I really liked this work, and Barry, thank you for bringing that up about the feminist issues I brought up earlier, because you're right. These are being addressed in this critical way, in this playful, almost humorous Black comedy kind of approach that I really appreciate. And I find it very original work. I really love this very energetic palette. One thing I'd like to know is how big these are. It's hard for me to tell with the scale. I'd like to see these quite large, actually, like 30 by 40, 40 by 60, just to really kind of fall into them. But I can't even tell if these are just like works on, 11
May
by
I interject something here right now? I think what Kim's bringing up is so important, and the amount of time it took to look at the metadata of each of these was difficult. There was one artist that we looked at, the artist that did the old West scenes, close-ups, remember the kind of sepia colored one? For some reason, that artist had the description of the work and the size below the images. And it was so refreshing just to be able to go, okay, I see that. Okay, now I see, rather than having to pop back and forth constantly. So I don't know if this is a submitables issue or not. But
Barbara, this is Tony. I'm going to go ahead and let's talk about from a technical standpoint. We can talk about that after if we can stay focused on, kind of on this. Appreciate that. So we'll talk about some of the ways with that side.
is available, Kim, at the metadata tab.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, and I'm usually a fan of pretty detailed statements, and I think that they were very effective in the way this was written. And I can see the artist's intent within the process, within the work. I really originally gave them a score 21. I'd like to raise that though to 24. Re-looking at, because I'm excited about this work, so yeah, and I think, I wouldn't go as high as say 30 because I think they're developing it. I think it can be developed, but I think it's powerful, and I think there's a lot of potential for this artist.
Okay, thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Additional comments from the team.
I just want to commend the artist on the, extremely fierce and competent use of color. Worked really well.
Yeah, we talked about also, that importance of being able to acknowledge like art history. I don't know what both of you think about it, but there are subtleties to de Kooning pushed forward here, like these are kind of set up in that way, but they're more composed.
De Kooning?
William de Kooning?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And just like you think about their figurative work and how deconstructed there is, it's like that looseness of it, I don't know if that is the inspiration, but even looking at it, to me, there are some subtleties to previous artists that were working in that medium, but there is a intention to move it forward and make it a bit of their own.
Yeah.
What would you say?
Yeah, I agree with how you guys are discussing this. I think that there's some that are far stronger. And of course, this is the artist developing. But the de Kooning reference, I think, is wonderful. I'm not a painter, but yeah, there's something about this that's very exciting.
Yeah, and with the de Kooning reference, I know the paintings you're talking about, but just the application of these, I think, is completely different. With de Kooning, it was, gestural and wide and opaque, and these are powerful but thin and deliberate in forming the figure. So I think they're much more focused and intentional in terms of distorting the figure as opposed to, and I'm a de Kooning fan, okay?
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not. There's no pushback there. I think the fact that we're even having that demonstrates what this artist is doing. So it kind of lets us know that we're all traversing the same path.
Yeah.
I just want to say the last thing, one of my comments on their work too, and I don't want them to take this as belittling the work at all, but I see a lot of potential in a commercial editorial illustration in terms of, I think they should pursue both a fine art focus and also maybe look at doing this for the New Yorker or something like that. I mean, I think this work is that strong.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Yeah.
Okay, Krista, take us to scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0073. Barry, if we can get your score first.
Confirming my 27, Barry here.
Thank you, Barbara.
Confirming mine at 27.
Thank you, and Kim.
Confirming 24 now.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0073 are Kim 24, Barry 27, and Barbara 27 for an average score of 26 even.
Thank you, Krista. Moving to AFG 23-0074. Kim, when you are ready, please begin scoring and review.
So this is Kim. I gave a score of 18, and I just want to stress that in terms of consistency of the scoring I've been doing, that this work may seem dramatically higher, but I was really interested in the statement, the localized subject matter, and how they're working with the public in the work. And so that had a lot to do with also me seeing artistic impact within a specific community, or really within a specific community. So, I mean, there's an appearance of this being a very kind of traditional, doing portraits and landscapes, but I think it's a far richer when you're reading that statement and about who these people are and what their stories. And I think there's potential for expanding this particular practice.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this artist an overall score of 22. I think from the technical perspective, the work is there. This style of portraiture could exist in a space where people are just able to reflect on people being in space. So there's something there. I do like the community element of it all. And this artist definitely understands where they're going and their potential for their body of work.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, I gave an overall score of 23. I think the artist's passion and commitment is obvious. And I think the work samples are intriguing, and especially doing it in public like that. I found that the overuse of, the overall use of color was really exceptional, and the resulting imagery was good. However, the landscapes appear kind of conventional, and then one of them was kind of just really offbeat. So there was a little bit of inconsistency in the samples that I thought, this could have been brought up a notch if she showed us more of the portraits and maybe less of the predictable landscape. And also, I thought too that without the statement, these would be really unique yet traditional figure paintings. There's something that happens, I think, to this artist when they paint. Well, you can see it's a she. When they're painting with this audience, and I think that energy you can see in the paintings. So that there's something quirky about them that I think happens because of the group dynamics that happen when this work is created. They are traditional, but really, really good use of application and color. So uneven, but good. Final score 23.
Yeah, and I just want to say, to follow up on that, I think, that maybe breaking out of that traditional type of portraiture, I think that would be something to explore, to like take that further, maybe looser. There's, I think, like I said, there's very interesting things about this kind of social practice aspect of the work, but I'm held back by the really traditional representation.
Yeah.
Any additional comments? This is Tony. Hey, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0074. Kim, if we could start with you, please.
This is Kim. Confirm a score of 18.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry, confirming my score of 22.
Thank you. And Barbara?
Confirming my score of 23.
Thank you. Final panel scores for round 1 for application 0074 are Kim 18, Barry 22, Barbara 23 for an average score of 21 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We'll move to AFG 230075. And Barbara, when you are ready, please begin the scoring and review.
Okay, I had an overall score of 22. I thought that these paintings were incredibly unique. And the scale on these, some of them are very ambitious. Let's see, what else did I have to say? It's clear that the artist is very seriously committed to their work. I found the intent of the artist to be ambiguous, but that how do you pronounce that? Ambiguity. Well, that being being ambiguous didn't keep me from wanting to look at these paintings, and I thought that the ability to both do very small and very large work was a benefit, and I would strongly encourage this artist to, keep painting. I think they're interesting, and I gave a final score of 22.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Okay, this is Kim. I gave a final score of 12 for this work. It has elements, it's original, and I think the expression and color is very intriguing and interesting, but I was kind of having a hard time getting my mind around the various selections, and there's kind of these architectural elements that are brought into the piece that I'm not quite understanding how they relate to the more abstracted pieces. So yeah, I gave 12.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave a score of 22. I think that there's some really amazing moments in these paintings. There's a clear understanding of composition, color, space, and all the necessary know-hows to be able to communicate a story on canvas. I also like the introduction of the diptychs and the line work, and it adds an additional element. While it doesn't necessarily give a thorough explanation of what it does break away from the traditional, this is a, expressionist painting, and it kind of provides the viewer with an additional space in between how they're supposed to view the work, which to me makes the work even more interesting. So I like that element of the architectural form in there, because it forces the eye to change the way that it would naturally move across the work and adds a new element to it.
Thank you, Barry. Seeing no additional comments.
I'd like to make one additional comment.
Go ahead, Barbara. Yes.
Again, I did mention the scale, and just because I think it's so important, the second sample is 124 inches long. That's the diptych, the middle diptych. And again, seeing these small, you would not know that that's such a large painting. Yeah, it works both large and small, but it's quite large. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, Krista, scoring, please.
Make sure I'm unmuted. Okay, this is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0075. If we could start with Barry, please.
This is Barry confirming my score of 22.
Thank you. And Kim?
I was reading the statement in relation to the work, and I'd like to add 2 points to 14 for my final score.
Thank you. And Barbara?
My final score is 22.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0075 are Kim 14, Barry 22, and Barbara 22 for an average score of 19.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will proceed to AFG 230076. And Kim, when you're ready, you can begin.
Okay, I gave a final score of 12 to this work. And I think there's some interesting things that are happening in the work. You know, it has this impressionistic technique. And then there's a couple that seem to be much more traditional type of landscape and in the technique. And so I think that in this case, I'm not sure if I need to see that if it's older work within the selection. I would rather see a kind of consistency, since there's a lot of different ways that they're taking the work in terms of subject, and it verges on more kind of abstractions. So my final score is 12.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
Oh, sorry, I realized I was on mute. This is Barry. I gave this applicant an overall score of 21. I think there's some really nice moments within this work, but to Kim's point, I think that there's not enough consistency across the body of work, and there's certain amounts of dynamic range that just aren't there. But I think as this artist continues, they're clearly in a place of exploration right now. Sounds like they're moving away from this traditional form of landscapes and trying to play with some impressionism, some color stories. So I think that they are on their way. But yeah.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
This is Barbara, and my score was 17. Although the work, did show involvement and commitment and effort, I felt, and I did feel that the use of color was strong. I felt it really lacked originality. I think the technique was still very heavy on the technique side, and that technique was not that original. And I thought that the compositions were not original either. It's clear that this person enjoys painting, so I would encourage they just dig deeper into the style that seems to resonate with them the most, and then have at it more deeper, go past your comfort zone. Final score of 17.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Any additional comments? Okay, Krista, over to you.
This is Krista. We are looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0076. Kim, if we could start with you, please.
This is Kim, a final score of 12.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry, confirming my score of 21.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara, confirming at 17.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0076 are Kim 12, Barry 21, Barbara 17, for an average score of 16.7.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. Moving to AFG 230077. And Barry, Barbara, if you will begin the scoring when you're ready.
All right. So on applicant 77, I scored 21. While the artist's passion for photography is evident, these photographs, I don't feel successfully communicated the artist's intent through that photographic process. I would encourage the artists to continue their investigations and, as I've said before, dig deeper. So final score 21.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Okay, I have similar feelings about the work as Barbara. This is Kim. I have a final score of 15. So, the work I think is interesting from a landscape point of view, and I'm intrigued by this exploration of presentation, you know, tipping the full frame on edge to create this diamond. I've used this previously, but for me, it is becoming a gimmick. And I think we have to be careful about the use of very strong kind of compositional. I feel like I'm drawn more to that than I am to the photographs, and it's taken away from actually the photographic subject. But that being said, you know, I think there is, you know, a interesting group of images. I'd like to see the statement less about the technical aspect and more about the subject. I'd like to why are you photographing these particular landmarks, landscapes, rock formations, or, you know, and so develop the statement that is along those lines.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony, over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this artist a score of 27. I thought from the explanation of how the work came together and purely from how they were able to create these landscapes, I think one, the way that the image is, like the way that the stories are being told through color is there. I think, you know, very often whenever you're working, be it photography or painting, telling a story simply in black and white is exceptionally hard. And I think that there's a lot of detail and a lot of stories that exist in each one of these frames. Also, the breaking outside of the frame is really interesting to me. I like looking as I zoom in at the broken edges of the frame. I don't know if that was done by intention, but that also adds this dynamic range to it that for me, again, is a little Easter egg. And I think that the artist did a great job of being able to use perspective in these new and interesting ways. We've had this continual conversation about this redundant use of how you approach a landscape. And I told you, just personally for me, I think landscapes are exceptionally hard to be able to create. I think that that perspective really exists within here. So as you're looking at each one of these works, my eye, even though they're all composed the same, my eye is moving, my eye is interested, my eyes are really wondering what's happening. And I think, you know, I'm looking at these clicking through images, but I think if these were just hung together, this would be really cool to see. And these are 14 by 14, so they're not necessarily small works, but while being, you know, a little bit over the size of a little bit of a piece of paper, I still think that they set very well.
I just like to clarify something. So, and these are full frame, meaning that the photographer has photographed the image without cropping in post-production. So we're seeing the frame of the film itself. It's film, not digital. So I look at this work in the context of, if I separate from this unique presentation and look at the images themselves, are they exceptional in a way or original in a way that I have not seen in landscape photography? And I'm not finding that. So that is, you know, part of the reason that I'm not. And I'm also wanting to know, why are these particular landmarks? What is either a personal relationship from the photographer, or what is the importance of these? And so that's not conveyed in the statement.
I understand that.
I agree with Kim. I would, with the exception of one of them, it almost looks like the horizon line is always placed in the same spot with each of the samples. And that's why you're saying, okay, are you using a formula to get to this? And if so, why? But there is one, the third one, which is different, but the rest of them, I mean, look at that horizon line, the way it is presented, the same on each piece, which makes it, you know, again, I don't want to use that word, but makes it predictable. You know? That's all.
Okay, this is Tony. Thank you. Krista, if you go ahead, unless there are any other comments. Krista, if you can go ahead and facilitate the scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0077. Kim, if we could start with you.
This is Kim. My final score is 15.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. Based on my panelists' feedback, they raised some really great points. I'm going to go ahead and drop my score from a 27 to a 24.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara with the score of 21.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0077 are Kim 15, Barry 24, and Barbara 21 for an average score of 20 even.
Thank you, Krista. Moving to AFG 230078. When we are ready, Kim, if you will go ahead and begin the scoring and review process.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really intrigued by this work. This is Kim. I have an original score of 18, but I think I'm going to raise this two points. This isn't a kind of Cubist traditional painting method, but I see that they are expanding it. I find the energy, the palette, all the formal characteristics really interesting about it. I think that the last image is the most intriguing one for me. And the least intriguing was perhaps the more graphic one that lists the bus stop. So they seem that, they're moving through. That's the reason I'm not giving them a higher score, because there's a couple different directions and things. But yeah, I find this really interesting, and I was intrigued by the artist statement and caption descriptions of the work.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this artist an overall score of 27. I like the new take. I like the interplay, the remix. Essentially, it's the remix of it all. Like, they took these old approach to, Cubist, Baroque style artwork. They infused it. They kind of pushed it forward to where it's not exclusively living within a Cubist form. And they also have head nods to older artworks and older forms of styles of painting. So I really like the combination of that. I also think it's pretty visual intriguing, and it will be interested to see how it responds in a public format. And also, to the point of scale, like, there is also some works that are aggressively, one of these works are 65 by 95, and to really be able to sit in front of a work that large, I'm literally painting a work that exact same size right now. It's big, and it will communicate a high sense of energy.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Over to Barbara.
Okay, I gave this submission a score of 23, and this one stumped me. Yeah, so the application of paint and the scale and the intrigue, everything was there. And the homage to the different paintings and the different styles, that was there too. But I think I want just the artist to go a little deeper, because after I acknowledge and see, oh, this Cubist painting or this Futurist painting, after that, okay, what then? Is it more than just homage, or what about the homage? And the work description, the lengthy work description, I got all that, but as a viewer, without that description, what would I do with this after I figured out, the homage aspect to this work? And given all that, I gave the artist a 23.
I just want to follow up on Barbara's, I think that is one of the perils of following historic movements, and how can we move forward in a way? And we're so bombarded by so much imagery. It's hard to have like this idea of originality. But I think that when it's derivative, there's a fine line between making something new and having something that's derivative or being, you know, kind of in that space. So whenever we're talking about this work that seems to be obviously influenced by a past movement or type of style and things like that, I think that's something for artists to consider, you know, that we are looking for something that is exciting and fresh and challenging. And so I think we have been gravitating towards that work today.
Just adding to that as well, I think there is like a push forward in this work. I mean, yes, there's a cubist nature to it, but also while you look at the works, there's also a departure from it. I think a great example is the very first work. I mean, if you think about traditional cubist work, potentially like what was it? Woman with mandolin that they're playing, like there's a complete deconstruction of the face entirely, whereas here you can see that there's that cubist form used, but there's also a very intentional way to show you that these are horses that are there. I like the use of it in the landscape. It kind of gives this feeling of waves, and it kind of makes me think of the elements that are moving around. Also, when I look at one of the last works there that are a move away from that, it's got bus stop written on it. Like this is very much like, this gives me Nina Chanel vibes. So there's like a head nod back to like other artists, but there's also artists defining their own territory as well, just in my personal opinion.
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying, Barry. I'm not saying that it's like overly derivative. I've said that's the challenge of artists that are working, you know, in historic movements. You know, I think that's something just for the artist to be aware of that. And, you know, I see a lot of Duchamp in kind of the movements, you know, there's many other things in here, but yeah, so I just think that, you know, that is one of the challenges.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, and I would want to know that the choices of the paintings, what besides, I mean, because there are so many different genres that that this artist is, you know, bringing forward and painting, I just kind of say, okay, I get that, but what is it that you're trying to say other than, you know, paying homage and giving it a twist? I mean, and the twist is what really made me really ponder this application probably a lot longer than I thought I would, because there is a real commitment and love for the medium and good handling of the medium and bravery of the medium. And going back and paying homage to all these different paintings and styles, I think is too, but we get what he's doing, and I want to see him dig deeper.
Excellent. This is Tony. Thank you for the comments. Krista will take us to scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0078. Barry, if we could start with you, please.
This is Barry confirming my score of 27.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara confirming my score of 23.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim confirming my score of 20 now.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0078 are Kim 20, Barry 27, and Barbara 23 with an average score of 23.3.
Thank you, Krista. AFG 230079. Barbara, when you're ready, please begin the scoring.
Okay, almost there. Oh, okay. Yes, so my score on this was 24. I found these mixed media photographs to be quite intriguing. The intention of the artist was not quite clear though. However, for the most part, aesthetically, the work invites expanded viewing and contemplation and all the good stuff that good visual language can do. So I encourage this artist to continue these investigations. I find them, I just really wanted to look at them more and more. And so I just found them visually very powerful. 24 is a final score.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Okay, I gave a final score of 15, and I am intrigued in this work. My early work had similar similarities to the work that they're exploring, and I see some really wonderful pieces in here, but then I feel that the selection is somewhat spotty, and it would greatly benefit from a heavy edit. For instance, there's the bowl of oranges, and then there's the roses with kind of Baroque form. And, the kind of technique I'm seeing, this distressed, multi-layered, digital montage look. It's pretty prevalent. And so those pieces I don't have a lot of interest in, but then there's a couple pieces that look more like an assemblage, and they're far more abstract. I can't really see what the actual subjects of these things that have been photographed, and that intrigues me. There's mystery to that work. I like the texture, the palette, things going on. So, and then the descriptions of these pieces, I found kind of odd, and it was almost like there was too much detailed information. And then there's the last one with the skull, which kind of throws me off from the rest. It makes the selection very unbalanced. So, like I said, I think there's some really exciting things that are going on in this work. I'd like to encourage them to go in that direction, this more abstracted, less literal approach to the photographic image, and also to really think about editing this work down.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this application an overall score of 25. I'm actually going to bring it down to a 23. I think this work could be reduced heavily. There are some really cool moments, but when I get to the what of it all, I find that it lacks whenever I understand it in the initial explanation of the work, but as I get into the individual pieces, as Kim had brought up, there's a little bit, I kind of get lost in the sauce. And I don't, there are bright moments here, but I feel like there's also moments where there's just too much happening. So I think as this artist, and that's their thing, is to work remix style, but I'd like to see them kind of condense it all a little bit further.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Any additional comments? All right, Krista, scoring, please.
Oh, as soon as it wants to let me bring it up, I will do that. There it is. This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0079. If I could start with Barbara, please.
Yes, my final score, this is Barbara, is at 24.
Thank you. And Kim?
Kim, final score 15.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry, confirming my score 23.
Thank you. Final scores for round 1 for application 0079 are Kim 15, Barry 23, and Barbara 24, with an average of 20.7.
Thank you, Krista. AFG 230081. Barry, when you're ready, please begin the review.
This is Barry. I gave this application an overall score of 24. I like the Afrofuturist approach. That is a very new medium that exists within art. There's uncharted ground there. So I love the initial step into it. And since there's not a lot of scholarship around the particular new exploration into art within Afrofuturism as well, there's some beginning steps there that I like. There's a play on anime. One thing that I really enjoy about this artist's work is their use of perspective. I think as people that are working in different figurative natures, it can be hard to kind of establish like where you want that viewer to be looking at that work from. And I think that they gave a really great amount of dynamic range there. I would be interested to see these works on different scales. Like there's a kind of a continuity that exists across every single one of them size-wise, and that's just, of course, the digital nature of it all. But what happens whenever this is blown up to a 12 by 24? What happens whenever it's a 48 by 60? So I'd really want to see this work in different formats to see how it can go.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony, over to Barbara.
Yes, I gave this applicant the score of 24. I found the digital works to exhibit a lot of personal involvement and commitment. I haven't seen that much of this style of work before, so I thought it, from my perspective, it was original. I do think that there should be some deeper investigation in the objective of what the artist is trying to say. The be nice. What was it? The hold on a second here.
Must be nice.
Must be nice. That really struck home with me, and I just think it's such a compelling subject to get into, and I think that I would really encourage this artist to stay on that must be nice path and see where it takes them. Final score is 24.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony, over to Kim.
Okay, this is Kim. Yeah, I'm really intrigued by this work and different types of applications of this. So it seems like these are standalone painting illustrations, and I see there's such a strong mastery of their skills. That's really evident, and there's a lot of very imaginative storylines going on. But I wonder, though, for me, I'm thinking for somehow I want more of a narrative, and I almost want to see this in a kind of graphic novel format. And I'm not sure if that is something like, the story that they talk about, Must Be Nice, how that can evolve into that a particular form like that. So these seem to be like, do these relate in terms of these various characters and these presentations, or these like standalone? So that's something that I think this is really rich in terms of that format for a graphic novel. And it doesn't mean it has to just be in a book form. This could be on the wall in that kind of, and bringing together and actually having these characters, or they're speaking, or creating a sequential type of body of work too. So because I do see some of these as studies in a way, that's the one thing that so my overall, I had 13, but I want to bring it up to 15, my score.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Any additional comments from the team?
I just want to comment on, again, the importance of scale, and that we're getting 3 different takes. And when it comes to digital work, I'm throwing something out. Does the size of the screen keep this work from being, in that kind of format? I think 40 inches was the biggest, or is the paper available that these could go a lot larger? Because I agree with Barry that I think larger scale would really improve the impact of these paintings. I mean, these digital works. That's all.
Thank you, Barbara. Krista, you can facilitate scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0081. If we could start with Barbara, please.
Yes, I have a score. This is Barbara, of 24.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim, a score of 15.
Thank you. And Barry?
Barry confirmed my score of 24.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0081 are Kim 15, Barry 24, and Barbara 24 for an average score of 21 even.
Thank you, Krista. Tony, we will proceed to AFG 230082. And Kim, when you are ready, if you can begin the review, please.
This is Kim. I have a final score for this work of 28. I was really intrigued with, the complexity of this work and the layering, and there was a lot of mysterious elements. And I just found it very intriguing. I mean, these are drawings, so there's a real command of the media, and they almost appear at the smaller scale. I think this is the problem, not seeing the actual piece of work where they look photographic, so
They are. They're mixed media. They're
Yeah,
photograph and graphite.
yeah. Oh, okay. So I really like this work, and so hence the high score 28.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony, over to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this artwork, this application overall score of 25. I agree that the work it's stellar work. I think the reason why I did mark it up a little bit higher is because just the continuation of one style of work doesn't necessarily exist across this portfolio. There are moments where there's this figurative kind of Hitchcockian view of how they're diving into like different parts of the figure, but then there's also these like pure just landscape style studies, and it would be really interesting to get additional points to know what was drawn and what was used for collage as well.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony, over to Barbara.
I gave this applicant a score of 28. I found the work really intriguing to look at. It was fresh. I find myself just kind of going, oh, something interesting. And I thought that the trajectory of the work was clear. The dates on the longer pieces were earlier, and then the more complicated layer photo and graphite pieces were later. I just think the work is really intriguing, and I just look forward to seeing more. So 28 was my score on this as well.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Additional comments? Okay, Krista.
We are looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0082. If we could start with Barry, please.
Sorry about that. I was just reading that application a bit further. This is Barry confirmed my score of 25.
Thank you. And Kim?
Kim, 28 for my final score.
Thank you. And Barbara?
Barbara, 28 as well.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0082 are Kim 28, Barry 25, and Barbara 28 for an average score of 27 even.
Thank you, Krista. Moving to AFG 230085. Barbara, as soon as you're ready, you may begin the review.
All right, I'm not quite there, almost. Oh, okay. So, oh no, what number are we on? Give it to me.
This is Tony. It is 0085.
I don't know why I overjumped it. Give me just a moment here. Here we go.
No worries.
Oh, okay. All right. So I have a score of 21. I think these are confident drawings and paintings and show a lot of personal involvement and commitment as an artist. I found that the intention was not fully communicated though through their creative process, which I thought would have given it this applicant a higher score. With further development and practice, I think the objective could be achieved, but it wasn't quite there yet. 21 was my total score.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Over to Kim.
Okay, this is Kim. I gave a final score of 22 for this applicant. I like the technique, originality. I like seeing the contrasting the more drawn pieces with the painting. They are different, but there was, they tie in together for me. I think the intent that Barbara brought up when reading the statement in terms of the work, maybe it's so abstracted, I'm not seeing how that connects, but you know, that's just them talking about their process of how they are being inspired to do this particular kind of abstract work.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I'm going to lower my score. I originally had it a few points higher. I'm going to take it down to a 24. Reason being, the work is there and the execution of the work. It's really great that they can interplay between black and white and seamlessly work in color and in mixed media. So I think that's very exciting from a community perspective, but I do think that the explanation of the work kind of fell short in comparison to it. I'm understanding that, you know, for folks want to get the full narrative, and that's very, very, very important. So being able to explain it fully is key. So that's where it gets marked down a little bit to 24.
Thank you, Barry. Any additional, this is Tony, any additional comments? Okay, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0085. If I could start with Barbara, please.
Yes, this is Barbara. My final score is 21.
Thank you. And Kim?
My final score is 22.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. My final score is 24.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0085 are Kim 22, Barry 24, and Barbara 21 for an average score of 22.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We are about an hour from our last break, so we'll go ahead and take a break now for our final push. We will return at 4:10. So the meeting will reconvene at 4:10. Thank you.
Barbara, where are you based out of?
Bellingham.
Oh, nice. I'm down in Federal Way.
Yeah, I noticed.
Nice.
Yeah, my husband's an artist as well, and we have
Nice.
this farm just north of Bellingham, and we have got this great old barn that you know, that I use as a studio and he uses as a studio. So
Very cool. Yeah, I'm going to be coming to Bellingham for a public art presentation very soon. I will keep you in mind. Maybe we can do coffee while I'm up there.
that'd be great. That'd be wonderful.
Barry, where are you located?
I'm in Washington and Federal Way.
Federal Way. I grew up in Renton. I went to Kent Ridge.
Oh, nice. Oh, there's like a lot of Pacific Northwest love here. Wait, so you're in Vegas now, right?
No. I'm in Joshua Tree.
Oh, yes, Joshua Tree. Yeah, sorry about that. Yes.
Yeah, but I
Nice.
grew up in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah.
All right, everyone. Thank you. This is Tony. It is about 4:12. I'm posing a question to the group here. Our agenda said we would stop today around 4 o'clock. We have approximately, well, not approximately, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more applications to review. Average for the reviews have been about 5 minutes each. Are you feeling okay? First and foremost, you're all doing really, really great. Thank you. The comments are fantastic. The energy is really great. Are you okay to power through the remaining 9 or so applications? Would you prefer to stop now and reconvene and start those remaining applications at 10 a.m. tomorrow?
I would prefer to move on
Okay.
today.
Barbara prefers to move on. Kim, your take?
I prefer to move on.
Okay, and Barry, you're feeling okay too? All right, so appreciate that. Then this is Tony. We will continue AFG 230088. And just double checking here based on my notes. Let's see. Barry, if you will, when you are ready, please go ahead and begin the review.
Yep. Yeah. So there's a really great ability for this artist to be able to paint. They're interested in landscapes and identity. I do like the duality that exists between the blend there. So I give them a lot of credit for that and the execution of the work. I would like to see more in the way of the technique though, and see this artist further develop their body of work.
And what was your score, please?
24. Sorry
Thank you.
about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony, passing on to Barbara.
Okay, this is Barbara. I also gave a score of 24 to this artist. A couple of these paintings, I thought that merging the landscape and the figure were so effective, even hauntingly so. And I felt that the direction the artist is going, which is towards the landscape, is not as developed as the figure with the landscape. And I would encourage the artist to continue their development, but when they do submissions is to be developed in the area that you're moving on to. The new paintings, although they're lovely, they don't seem as accomplished or as thought-provoking as the other ones with the figure. So I would like to see the figure and the landscape pushed further. And if the artist is already past that and not interested, so be it. And I would then dig further into the landscapes in terms, again, of point of view. And there's one question I had on the second sample, and I didn't know whether that was an overall hue or if the photograph was incorrect. So there is a blue tinge throughout the painting, and it just seemed real different from the other one. So I don't know, I don't know about that, but that was a question I had. So final score again for this applicant is 24.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Moving on to Kim.
Okay, this is Kim. I really like this work, and Barbara, I believe the portraits are the most recent work. If you look at the last paragraph of the statement, you can see reverential mimicry makes use of patterns and represents intersection of my interest in camouflage, landscape, and portraiture. So I think this is evolving from the landscapes, and I find this very powerful work conceptually in terms of the mastery of the painting. But for me, like I've alluded to, I'm really interested in intent and concept manifesting in work. And I find this work very exciting. I like this direction. It speaks to a larger, this idea of identity, the idea of camouflage and trying, there's so many things that are going on here that I find exciting. So I gave a full 30 to this body of work.
May I interrupt here? The metadata does show that the landscapes are more recent. The metadata shows that and I had the same thing. I kept going back to this applicant again and again because I thought the figure in the landscape were so powerful. But if everything is done properly, then it says that the landscapes are the most recent in the metadata, which is, it could be wrong, but yeah.
I don't want to use that as a holdup, because if they're saying recent, that's both recent work, and so it's hard to gauge that. But are we looking at the work like we're saying this landscape, since this is the most recent, we need to gauge it higher than the previous work? So I don't know. That's troublesome for me.
Yeah, and I totally agree. I think the figurative work was really compelling and haunting, like very, very good. And then I think the more recent development in the landscapes alone, which are dated as 2022, didn't have that same intrigue that the others did. Sorry, taking up too much time.
All right, thank you. Any additional comments? And I just want to get some clarification. If staff can do a little research for us on this one and see, is there any, can anyone who is looking at this, can clarify what may be newer or older based on how things were submitted?
I'm not looking at the application, but the applicants enter the metadata with each individual upload. So whatever they uploaded for dates would be on the metadata for the individual upload would be accurate.
Okay, thank you. All right, no further questions. We'll go ahead, Krista, and conduct the scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0088. If I can start with Barry, please.
This is Barry confirming my score of 24.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara, and I will make my score 1 point higher to 25. And the reason for that is because of the unclarity of the direction of the work.
Thank you. And Kim?
Yeah, this is Kim. I think I'm going to drop mine to 29 because, Barbara, I just looked at it and you're right, that work is earlier, but I'm still, I don't know if that's the way that we should be judging or gauging the work necessarily, if it's within the parameters of recent work, which is, how many years you have to submit the work before it's not eligible. So, and I also see there's a relationship with the landscape and also within the statement. So, Yeah, I don't know if I really want to, really ding them because that previous work is seemingly stronger. So I'm just going to go 1 point down.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0088R, Kim 29, Barry 24, and Barbara 25 for an average score of 26 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We'll proceed to AFG 230089. Kim, as you are ready, you may begin the review.
Okay, this is Kim. So I reviewed this at a total of 6 points. There's several things that are going on here with the presentation, first of all. I really want to encourage this artist when they are presenting their work in this type of juried format, that they let us look exclusively at the work. So this introduction of the easel, we can even read this as a kind of appendage to the work itself. So that is something to consider, because when I first looked at this, I wasn't sure if these were sculptural pieces that had, kind of mixed media painting. I think there's a lot of different explorations, and then looking at the statement and comparing that with the work, I see that they're exploring more abstract, still life, landscape, different things, and so they are in this process of really honing their craft in a way, and they need more time to do so. But I want to encourage them to continue with the work they're doing, and just go from there.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. On to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this artist an overall score of 21. I think presentation matters with this, and really including the easel in the works. I know that they talk about these small moments and the joys of life, and that's kind of evident in the setup of the work. So I do believe that was intentional with how they photographed it. I think also it's kind of throws me with talking about still lives and the sparkle of joy while also painting guns. And I'm not saying that guns equate to violence, but there is a bit of a disconnect there that I didn't see really explained in that initial explanation of everything. So I think I'm going to go ahead and hold down that score at 21.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. On to Barbara.
Okay, so I thought that I gave this score of 14, and I thought these paintings were quirky, but I thought they clearly demonstrated that the artist enjoys the experience of painting. But the painting subject matter and presentation and application are still need to be developed and are a little premature for this fellowship. So I would encourage the artist to continue the work and listen to the comments that the panelists gave. And I find a couple of these paintings just to be delightful, but as a whole, they're just not a cohesive body of work yet. Okay, so final score 14.
Thank you, Barbara. Seeing no additional comments, Krista can take us to scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0089. If I could start with Kim, please.
This is Kim, final score of 6.
Thank you. And Barry?
It's Barry, final score of 21.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara, final score of 14.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0089R. Kim 6, Barry 21, and Barbara 14 for an average score of 13.7.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will proceed to AFG 230091. Barbara, when you are ready, please begin the scoring and review.
All right. So for this panelist, I gave a final score of 21. I think there's a clear aesthetic that is gradually emerging in these simplistic photographs. The photographs, however, seem early in their development of artistic intention. I would encourage the photographer to continue and to intensify their investigation of subject matter because they're very promising. I think they're just early. Final score of 21.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony, passing it on to Kim.
Okay, this is Kim. I gave a final score to this work of 17. You know, I think there's some beautiful images here that harken back to mid-century photography, you know, plays on light, the nude female figure, you know, the multiple exposure. There's some things that I think are very interesting. And I would have, if I had just seen the figure studies that, like I said, are fairly derivative of a certain genre of photography, mid-century, I don't think I would give them as high of a score, but I was interested in the explorations where they have kind of the masking techniques and things. And that was intriguing, but you know, the more abstracted that don't even have the figure were more interesting to me. And so I want to encourage this photographer to continue with these more abstracted photographic explorations. I think that they have a real good handle technically, formally of the craft. And so, you know, I'm interested to see where this work goes.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Over to Barry.
This is Barry. I'm gonna give this an overall score of 23, moving it down a couple points. I like the use of the mask in the work as well. I think that for me, whenever we are able to take kind of a step away and not necessarily make the figure the prominent piece of the work, there's something that for me visually is a little bit more interesting. If not just taken just alone for the figure itself, this is very representational of a certain style of works that I've seen a number of times. But I do think that this artist is onto something new with the masking, and I'm really interested to see where the work goes. And from a technical perspective, I concur that they do know how to photograph and digitally mask and double impose and so forth.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Any additional comments? Okay, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0091. Barbara, if we could start with you, please.
Yes, this is Barbara. And for this round, my final score is 21.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim, final score 17.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry, final score 23.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0091 are Kim 17, Barry 23, Barbara 21 for an average score of 20.3.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. Moving on to AFG 23-0092. And Barry, if when you're ready, please begin the review.
Yep. Barry here. I gave this artist application an overall score of 27. I think that of all the painting works that were here, there was a very fresh view for this particular style of work, both in execution of it. There's a clear connection between the explanation of the work as well as the works themselves. And looking at the dynamic range of the works is also very interesting, and how they could set in space and size of them as well.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony, passing it on to Barbara.
Okay, so I gave this applicant a score of 21. The reason being, I think that the alignment between surreal and abstract painting is clearly demonstrated here. It's interesting. And the intention, though, was a little muddled for me. The applicant said that his intention was to create crisp, dynamic, surreal, and abstract paintings anchored by objects. And he talked more about process. He talked about what he's doing, not why he's or she is doing it. The intention was a little lacking for me, not the quality of the work. And I do think that it would be impactful too. But overall score, I gave a 21. Well, yeah, 21.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Kim, on to you.
Okay, this is Kim. I gave a total score of 20 for this work. You know, again, there's a command of their painting technique, you know, interesting subject matter, you know, it's representational. And I like, you know, these kind of innovative, almost they're like trompe-l'oeils. So the way that these things look like a sculptural object, but they're painted on a flat canvas. And so I thought that was interesting. But however, I kind of was like, it would be interesting to see these as built, you know, sculptural types of pieces with painting, you know, just something to throw out there for the artist to maybe consider. But I agree with Barbara. I feel that the intent of the work is not really defined well in the statement. And I think that's important when we're discussing this type of work. So I think that needs to be fleshed out a bit more.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Any additional comments? Okay, Krista.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0092. If I could start with Barry, please.
Barry, confirming my score of 27.
Thank you. And Barbara?
Barbara, confirming a score of 21.
Thank you. And Kim?
Confirming a score of 20.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0092 are Kim 20, Barry 27, and Barbara 21 for an average score of 22.7.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. Proceeding to AFG 23-0093. And Kim, as soon as you're ready, you may begin.
Okay, so I gave a score of 24 for this work, and I'm curious how the other panelists are going to be scoring the project. You know, and again, I started at the very beginning, and I tried to, when I was scoring these initially, so this was in the beginning of my scoring period, and I went back to make sure I was being even focused in terms of scoring. And so I'm kind of questioning that right now, but I see a lot of potential, you know, like this is public art. I see this work being very effective in that realm. I love the ecological, environmental aspects and kind of educational. I see it, you know, opened up to a wide audience. And yeah, so I really, really like this work. And I think this is the way that this type of work should be presented. It should be public work, murals on buildings and so forth.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. On to Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this applicant a score of 27. I think that, you know, whenever you think about public work, a lot of people can tend to just like rest on, if we make it really colorful, people will like it. And I brought up that with like a couple applications as well, as like in a public context, like how people will be able to read into it. I think this does a great job bringing in color, in some aspects, natural colors that exist within nature, within city environment. So it really helps to activate the space in like really cool and really like dynamic ways. And while it's like colorful, it's not like intentionally over colorful to where someone's just going to say, oh, I like the colors. That it leans first with the environmental aspect of it. So I love that.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. On to Barbara.
All right, so I gave this applicant a score of 24. I thought the intention was clearly demonstrated. However, for me, it was not the color, it was more the subject matter, the individual parts of the subject matter, the bird or the frog or whatever it was, didn't have enough of a personal aesthetic to it. It seemed generic. But I did really enjoy the application and where these murals were put. When I saw the one with the flag and the fish, that I felt was starting to say something a little bit more individual as opposed to something more, you know, like, what do they call the art when, you know, like art that you can find on a computer. You would go, you know, picture of a frog, you would do this, or, you know, picture of a hummingbird, you would do that. So I encourage this artist to keep going. I liked the places that they were put, and just keep on keeping on. And 24 was my score.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Any additional comments from the panel? Okay, Krista.
All right, this is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0093. If I can start with Kim, please.
And this is Kim, a final score of 24.
Thank you. And Barbara, please.
Final score Barbara has is 24.
Thank you. And Barry?
Barry confirming final score 27.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0093 are Kim 24, Barry 27, and Barbara 24 for an average score of 25 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. Moving on to AFG 23-0094. And Barbara, as soon as you are ready, you may begin the review.
All righty. 94.
This is Tony. That's correct.
Okay. So I gave this score at 21. And the reason is because unfortunately the metadata on this submission is incomplete. The size of the samples are missing. I think, as you've heard in the past, I think size is critical in order to completely understand the work and the use of the work. So that said, I found the work intriguing and the personal aesthetic of the artist to be developing, but not successfully communicated their intention. And that is that. 21 as my score.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Moving on to Kim.
Hi, this is Kim. I had a final score of 9. I agree that the intent of the artist is not clearly illustrated within the work. And I am really intrigued by their first sentence. I am an art activist, and I would like to encourage them to develop working with this type of imagery. And I can see some directions that are pointing that way. But for me as a feminist, it's hard to get over this overly sexualized female body in imagery. And so how can you do that in a way that doesn't follow into those types of tropes? How can we move forward from that? And so, and I like this idea that it's illustrative and has potential, you know, in, you know, like we said, we don't know what size it is, but, you know, there could be potential for public art. but it's hard to kind of see where this is going. So but I want to encourage the artists to continue developing this body of work.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony, passing to Barry.
This is Barry. I'm gonna bring my score down a point from a 25 to a 24. I think from an execution perspective of the work, it's there. I think that there might not be metadata because it's hard to tell if these are all purely digital. And maybe artists aren't sizing those in digital, but that would be very helpful. I also did not score this high because I am thrown by the initial sentence. As an art activist, I need to know how your art is doing that. And yeah, there's some really bright moments here. And I think directionally, this artist is going down a good path. I just encourage them to refine it and just explore more, but they're headed they're on to something, I'll say that.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Any additional comments from the panel? Okay, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0094. If I can start with Barbara, please.
My score, this is Barbara, is 21.
Thank you. And Kim?
My final score, this is Kim, is 9.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry. My final score is 24.
Thank you. Final panel scores for round 1 for application 0094 are Kim 9, Barry 24, and Barbara 21 for an average of 18 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. Moving on to AFG 23-0095. Barry, if you will please begin when you are ready.
Yep. So I gave this an overall score of, I'm going to move it up to from 19 to 20, purely because like there are a couple really great moments here. I think that this artist is finding their way within their work. I scored them a little bit higher because they do have the ability to scale the work up. But from a narrative and from a series perspective, it's not there. There's some work that needs to continue to be done, and the presentation of the works doesn't really let me see a fully finished work as much as it's like a lot of process and community oriented photos.
Thank you, Barry. Moving on, this is Tony. Moving on to Barbara.
Okay, so I gave this panel, excuse me, it's the end of the day, right? I gave this submission a score of 25. I agree with Barry. I think the presentation could have been stronger. I think it was weak, but within the work, I found the work to match the intention. I thought it was competent work and the trajectory was clearly going in a good direction in terms of it just being more and more mature. And I like the involvement of the community and as murals, I think they work very well. And I think the artist is able to get his intention across. All that said, my score was 25.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Moving on to Kim.
Okay, this is Kim. I gave a score of 15 for this artist, but I now that I'm revisiting this work, I'd like to go up 3 points to 18. I agree with everything both of the panelists said. I don't think there is enough work, and perhaps they are at the beginning of this public art mural career, so they're still building their portfolio, but I'm very excited to see where this goes. You know, again, it's nice to see the public involved to see that, but I think documenting our work is really important. So, you know, there's several details of one of the larger pieces that I don't think are necessary in terms of looking at editing. So I want to see different work and less, a detail is okay, but I don't need to see that for all of these pieces.
Thank you, Kim. Any additional comments? All right, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0095. If I could start with Barry, please.
This is Barry confirming my score of 20.
Thank you. And Barbara?
This is Barbara confirming at 25.
Thank you. And Kim?
I'm confirming a score of 18. Kim.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0095 are Kim 18, Barry 20, Barbara 25 for an average score of 21 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We will proceed with AFG 230096. Sorry. 9.
You're right. It's 9-6.
Yes.
We're moving on to 0096. Sorry, got confused. And with that, Kim, will you begin the review when you are ready?
Okay, and this work, this is Kim. I gave a score of 21, and it reminds me of an earlier entry. I really liked reading the statement and the descriptions. They were very detailed. And, there is a focus of the subject matter, and, the intent is clearly shown. They're mastering their work. There's a lot of potential for this work. I think it was great that they have this mural image at the end, because I think that's a great direction, a kind of public art. But then there's a lot of different ways this work can be exhibited. And, it has a kind of illustrative work, but I like this graphic. I like this interesting palette. And but they definitely have a very, focused vision that they are representing in the body of work.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony. Moving on to Barry.
This is Barry. I'm going to give this an overall. I had a 26. I'm going to move it down to 25. Great execution of work. I think this work can work in the context of these works being 48 by 36. Up to large mural size. I think that visually they're striking, and there's a through line between all of the works and the explanation of the work. I would like to see, a little bit more exploration in the particular subjects, and watch how that kind of materializes into more.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Moving on to Barbara.
Yes, so I gave this applicant a score of 26. The artist statement I thought was fabulous, and I just applaud that someone would go to these lengths and try to get their aesthetic and their vision out there. And this applicant said it was a struggle, and when work is a struggle and you stick with it, it's just, I'm just pleased to see that. I think the mural was very successful. I think the cultural connection to the imagery was successful. This style is personally not, something that I would gravitate to, but what happened with this is, because of reading the statement, I looked at the work for a long time, and it grew on me more and more. That said, I gave this applicant a score of 26.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Any additional comments?
Just want to reiterate that, yes, I think it's really important to develop our written statements with the work. I've said this earlier several times, but I think it can give us a different viewpoint of the work. And so I just encourage everyone to really look at that, take it very seriously. Doesn't mean it has to be a lengthy statement. It just needs to be well thought, written, concise.
Thank you, Kim. This is
Yeah,
Tony.
I agree with Kim. And I would encourage more time spent on the artist's statement and less time in description, because description after a while, I mean, we can see with our eyes, but to get the intent down, I think is really important. And that's not easy. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony. Barry, any additional comments? Okay. All right, Krista, moving on to scoring.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round 1 for application AFG 23-0096. If I can start with Kim, please.
This is Kim, a final score of 21.
Thank you. Barry?
It's very confirming 25.
Thank you, Barbara.
This is Barbara confirming 26.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round 1 for application 0096 are Kim 21, Barry 25, and Barbara 26 for an average score of 24 even.
Thank you, Krista. This is Tony. We are moving on to our final first round application, AFG 230097. Barbara, when you are ready, you may proceed.
All right, this applicant was not easy to score. However, the final score I gave was 23. And the reason is as follows. I found that the broad range of aesthetics in his work samples were intriguing. And the artist clearly demonstrated a commitment to the work, and much of the work was memorable, very memorable. But I found that it was, it didn't feel like a single voice, and that's what I would be looking for to get an intention across, is one voice, even if it was in a different genres. And that is what I thought was lacking. And I would encourage the artist to continue their exploration, because all of the work I thought was intriguing. Okay, so final score on this was 23.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Tony, passing on to Kim.
Okay, this is Kim. Yeah, Barbara, I agree. This was a difficult one because I really enjoyed the statement. I really felt like, you know, it's so interesting. The background, they went, you know, probably out of all of our group went into the greatest detail, you know, in terms of work description and involving their personal background. So I see so much potential for this work, but again, it's an eclectic group of work. I feel it's a body of work in development. There's a lot of different directions. I think, you know, all of those are valid, but I'm trying to put them together into this more cohesive vision. And I think this is, I want to see how this work develops over time, you know, and what direction they take this in. So there's so many things going on, but I feel that it is very heartfelt in their intent to involve their culture into their art, and to do this in a kind of form of activism, it seems. You can see that from the Leonard Peltier trailer piece. You know, there's public art. I think that's such a great direction for this. So yeah, my final score is 17, because I felt like there is the work is lacking in you know, a more holistic presentation.
Thank you, Kim. This is Tony and Barry.
This is Barry. I gave this panel, this artist, an overall score of 23. I'm right in line with the other panelists. I believe that maybe a lot of that, I'm sorry. I believe a lot of that could have came from maybe they were doing works whenever they were getting their MFA. So maybe that played a part in it. But yeah, there's a strong connection in the work, but definitely would like to see some more continuity across it.
Thank you, Barry. This is Tony. Any additional comments from the panel? Okay, Krista, scoring, please.
This is Krista. We're looking at the final panel scores in round one for application AFG 23-0097. If I could start with Barbara, please.
Yes, this is Barbara. My final score is 23.
Thank you. And Barry?
This is Barry confirming my score of 23.
Thank you. And Kim?
This is Kim confirming a score of 17.
Thank you. Final panel scores in round one for application 0097 are Kim 17, Barry 23, and Barbara 23 for an average score of 21 even.
Thank you, Krista. Okay, this is Tony. This brings us to the conclusion of day one of our FY23 Artist Fellowship Grant in Visual Arts Two-Dimensional Works category. Arts Council staff is going to review and sort the applications by average score in preparation for tomorrow's meeting. At the beginning of tomorrow's meeting, we will share that information and present those sorted scores to you as a panel and spend some time discussing which applications will move on to the second round. At this time, do the panelists have any questions? Okay, great.
Oh, yes, I do.
Go ahead.
When we review these, will we review them? Will they be sorted in highest points to lowest points? Okay.
Correct. Yeah, this is Tony. That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, so we won't be reviewing all of them again. Is that
Correct. Right. So what we'll do is we'll sort highest to lowest. The agency is going to come back with a recommendation to the panel based on maybe some scoring gaps. You know, we try to find some of the more natural scoring breaks. But even with that, you will all have the opportunity to discuss any others that you would want to discuss before we move on to the second round. Just to make sure we don't lose any applicants that you want to discuss prior to that. But yes, we'll give you a natural breaking point. You can look at that, gauge, and decide how we want to move forward for that second round review. And then we'll get into the second round discussion. Okay, we will now move on to agenda item D with public comment. Is there anyone joining today's meeting who wishes to provide public comment at this time? I'm going to flip over to the attendee side. And if there are any attendees online who would like to just either raise your hand. I see one attendee. Okay, Nancy, good. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk. So you should be able to.
Hold on, can you hear me?
Okay, Nancy, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I may have missed this at the very beginning. I know this session is being recorded. Is there an opportunity to listen to the earlier parts of the recording? I was in a dental appointment most of the morning, so.
So Nancy, I'm unable to comment on your remarks. Specifically, I can't address remarks because of the state of Nevada's open meeting laws.
No worries.
But I will say this as part of our, you'll be able to review and listen to everything that was submitted because everything's been recorded.
Perfect. That's the answer. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sapira. We did receive a email comment. I will read that right now. It was submitted by Selena Valentini. There was some confusion regarding an application that was submitted. sorry, I stated the name, but it's directly addressing the application. Tony, should I proceed with the comment or should we review it?
So this is Tony, for the record. We are not able to comment directly on applications. In public comment, there isn't direct comment there. If you have any questions or concerns about anything you hear, please reach out to Nevada Arts Council staff. And as is indicated in our grant guidelines, there is an appeal process should you want to appeal. Again, it isn't based, the appeal won't be about panel scores. But if there is something that is you're questioning, by all means, please reach out to Nevada Arts Council staff.
Thank you. I'll share that comment with you, Tony.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, not seeing any other comments. So again, day one of the grant panel review is adjourned. I want to thank you, all of you panelists, for your thoughtful and engaging 5.5 hours of work today. I will say that it was really, really great information, and you gave as much as the first one as you did at that very last one. So really, really great comments, and I know those all of our artists who applied will really appreciate all of that great feedback. So I encourage all of those who applied to reach out to us to get those panel reviews. We will reconvene Wednesday, that's tomorrow, February 22nd at 10 a.m. to conclude reviewing the remainder the remaining portion of the applications. And this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.